finals in Jakarta, Indonesia, birthplace of Free Fire Esports legends. Prepare for an unforgettable spectacle. Next up is major changes in our format in 2025 to enhance audience experience. Get ready for a thrilling new format called Champion Rush. In the final match, teams race to achieve the Champion Rush point. Once a team hits that mark and secures the next Booyah, they are crowned champions. After 8 games, if we cannot find a champion team with Booyah, the highest ranking team will be the champion. This high-octane format will push our top players to their absolute limits, delivering adrenaline-fueled action in every final match. We also look for a new layer of strategic depth in 2025. We're implementing the unique active skill rule. Each team member must equip a different active skill, forcing teams to adapt and showcase diverse play styles in every match. And last, we keep building a stronger esports ecosystem. This year, we have a global talent development program that empowers local teams, players, and talents to reach their full potential. Let's make 2025 an unforgettable year for Free Fire Esports fans. Together, we'll create a vibrant and exciting competitive scene where legends are shaped.
São 17 pontos na mão deles e 3 times brasileiros zerados.
A missão difícil mas no fim das contas são 6 quedas que vão ditar quem vai ser o grande campeão.
Será que o Bops pode ser um jogador que vai ganhar 2 títulos seguidos no Mundial? Será?
Respira, entrega nas mãos de Deus, vamos fazer dar certo, tá bom? Marcha, mano, nós ganharemos, mano, nós venceremos, nós venceremos, rapaziada, nós iremos vencer, mano.
O sexto mapa é Kalahari, mas nós sabemos que não foi fácil chegar até aqui. O Mundial no Rio foi uma grande felicidade pra todos nós.
Mano, aí eu, fiquei na mente assim, caraca, eu tenho que ganhar logo em casa, minha família vai estar. Quem não gosta de ganhar em casa?
Quando anunciou que teria torcida, eu fiquei muito feliz porque poderia ser campeão e mostrar pra minha mãe, pro meu pai presencialmente, pra minha irmã presencialmente, pros fãs do Fluxo presencialmente.
Tá do nosso lado, tá na nossa casa, a gente vai defender o título em casa. É o Brasil, não iremos fazer feio pra nossa torcida, né? Todo mundo apoiando, vibrando, torcendo, gritando, não tem como. O troféu desceu ali, saiu do airdrop. Começa a entrar os times. Aquela música, quando nós entra, barulheira do caramba. Todo mundo empolgado, todo mundo feliz.
Então, antes de entrar pro jogo lá, a gente tinha conversado que mesmo com a diferença de ponto ali, de 17 pontos que eles tinham, a gente não queria saber, a gente ia atrás, ia buscar.
Ali eu falei, mano, hoje nós vamos fazer história novamente. Eu me arrepiei todo assim, a torcida gritando, a família lá em cima, não sabia pra onde olhar. Até deu uma tropeçadinha na hora do palco.
Aguenta coração, pega sua pipoca, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
Pô, primeira queda, vamos se soltar, ficar tranquilo, tirar um pouco do nervosismo, da euforia.
A gente der um top 5 interessantíssimo pro Fluxo também, que consegue segurar muito bem essa colocação.
A gente ficou um pouco atrás, a gente falou, não, ainda dá, a gente sabe que dá. É 5 quedas, nosso time é o melhor time desse mundo.
Agora é hora! Agora é hora! É o bicho papão da game! Olha! Fluxo é Booyah brasileiro! A torcida faz barulho, coloca a arena carioca abaixo!
No primeiro Booyah, que foi na segunda queda, a gente ficou tranquilo, o primeiro Booyah, opa, tamo no jogo.
Tava todo mundo muito confiante.
Joena, o último jogador da squad pra cima dele! Nós somos o bicho papão da game! Arena carioca transbordando! 3 partidas, 2 Booyahs do Fluxo!
Nova Terra é o nosso melhor mapa, assim, em questão de pontuação.
Nós tínhamos ali a convicção de que a Bigetron poderia não cair com nós e poderia fazer um jogo mais tranquilo. Só que a Bigetron veio com nós. Parece que foi de um jeito pra prejudicar mesmo.
Sozinho, abandonado, MT7, último jogador da squad, não! O fluxo cai top 12. Acaba zerando numa partida que infelizmente não poderia zerar.
Não é possível, viu? Tomar no c, mano. Filho da puta ainda, Vitor.
Os caras conseguiram cair melhor, mataram a gente, caímos no top 12.
Depois daquela queda zerada, você dá uma respirada assim, aí você olha assim em volta. Putz, será que dá agora? Tomamos um choque de realidade, tá ligado? O time todo em silêncio, a torcida em choque.
E a gente ficou 15 minutos assistindo a queda.
Então, dos outros 15 minutos, era um animando o outro pra última queda, falando, mano, vamos que dá, vamos que dá. A gente sempre tem que acreditar, até o final.
Tá Mac, tropa. Tem última queda, pô. Última queda, cara. Acreditar, mano. Acreditar até o final, rapaz. Vai ser sinistro, mano. Velho, eu quebro esse palco, velho. Vamos trocar tiro toda hora, mano. Toda hora não trocar tiro. É isso.
E um dia antes eu liguei pra minha mãe, conversei bastante com ela. Eu nunca duvidei de mim mesmo. E aí foi uma classificatória muito difícil, onde eu comecei a duvidar de mim mesmo. E ela só falando, amanhã é o dia, a gente tá com você, vai dar tudo certo, vai tá lindo. Eu tô rodeado de pessoas que me amam, que confiam em mim. Eu tô com Deus, eu não tenho por que duvidar de mim. Amanhã vai ser o dia de novo e eu vou conseguir virar essa chave.
Quando eu fui na GH pela primeira vez, estava o troféu do Nobru, do troféu do Mundial. Eu olhei pro meu pai, eu olhei pro troféu e falei, ai pai, um dia eu vou ter um desse. Aí meu pai lembrou, tipo, meu pai falou comigo, meu pai falou, lembra daquele dia que você falou, que você me mostrou o troféu do Nobru? Você falou que ia ter um desse, então, tipo, tô sentindo que vai ser amanhã. Se Deus quiser, vai se realizar. E eu confio muito em você, confio muito nos meninos, que vai dar bom.
Pensar na família, mano, é o que mais faz seguir, é o que mais me fez seguir, o que mais me trouxe forças. Quando eu desacreditava, ali na quinta partida, que você pensava, mano, será que vai dar? Eles trouxeram uma esperança a mais, sabe, de que, mano, tudo é possível. Eles acreditam em nós, então tudo é possível pra nós.
É isso, rapaziada. Respira, entrega nas mãos de Deus, vamos fazer dar certo, tá bom? Marcha, mano, nós ganharemos, mano. Nós venceremos, rapaziada. Nós iremos vencer, mano.
Eu acho que, olhando assim, eu sou o espelho do time, então, se eu demonstrar fraqueza, ou se eu demonstrar medo, o time vai ficar com medo, o time vai enfraquecer. Eu tenho que estar 100% confiante, eu tenho que trazer a confiança pro meu time.
Começou! É a última partida, nosso último game. É hora de fazer história. Tudo nosso, nada deles, pra cima!
Ali era a queda da nossa vida, a gente tinha que, o ano todo que nós treinamos, nós tínhamos que dedicar naquela queda.
A gente tava saindo ali do barco, subindo o morro, aí acho que foi o MT7 que fala, mano, tão chupetando reto em nós. E aí, tipo, começa a vir uns passarinhos assim, ó, 1, 2, 3, tudo caindo no chão assim, a gente matando muito fácil. Nós mata o águia, que isso, mano? 10 balas de lança no ult dos caras.
Viado. Bora, irmão. Vamos ser campeão. Bora, caralho. A gente não deixa não pegar aqui o dele. Não vai pegar o mundo também. Olha, pegou o chupeta. Pegar o chupeta daqui.
Ele tá cheio de bala de lança, a gente vai dar bom, a gente vai matar um monte, a gente vai dar o buia.
Aí eu escutei eu acredito.
A gente soube coordenar certinho, o Bobs falando pra gente rodar direito. Foi os 4 rodando direito, os 4 rodando direito.
No final é só gritaria. Roda direita. Tava uma loucura, mas o que é importante é que dá pra entender. Gira direito.
E os caras rodando juntos, eles rodando junto. Mas a gente sabe a hora de parar, a gente sabe a hora de trocar tiro.
Direito, tô indo. Esquerda pulando. Escuta, roda mais. Vamos atrás de tu, papel. Vai ver o gelo só. Tem direito.
A gente passa por baixo da escadinha assim, o Gil deita um e cai. E aí chega uma hora que não tem como mais girar, a gente bate de frente com os caras.
Paramos na hora certa, o Guti matou 3 lá, eu matei 2.
E nesse tempo que o Gil caiu, a Twitch começou a encostar, querer pegar nossas costas. Aí nós já deu dash aqui nas costas deles. E aí fica eu, Bops MT7 contra 2 deles, né? Aí o Bops derruba um, o MT cai e fica 2x1.
O MLS consegue me derrubar também.
Mais um jogador do gelo, só tem Bops e Boot. 2 jogadores agora, vambora Bops, pra cima deles não!
Aí fica 1x1.
O Bops na hora lá, todo mundo, só mais tu.
Respira, irmão. Só mais tu. Então, melhor.
Descobri que o Guti tem um gatilho, assim, pode-se dizer, em falar, sou mais você, sou mais a gente.
Aí eu falei, não, se eles ainda mais eu também sou, vambora, pra cima deles. E não tinha como eu perder aquele X1 pela energia que eu tava naquela hora ali do time todo.
Eu pulo pro mesmo lado que ele, a gente se encontra e eu deletei ele sem nem perder vida. Mandei ele de volta pra casa, triste.
O Butzinho conseguiu a tua histórica, porque sem ele o título não seria possível.
Vambora, Guti ainda no jogo, é contigo garoto, bate no peito, chama a responsa, vai que é tua!
Aí a gente foi lá, comemorou o buia e ficou tipo, caraca, será que deu certo? Será que não deu?
E aí, deu nós? O que aconteceu? Como que tá?
Aí ainda bem que anunciou muito rápido, porque eu tava tremendo já.
A Camilota já começando a falar.
Grita junto comigo, Fluxo, equipe campeã! Parabéns!
Do Fluxo, equipe campeão.
Aí eu olhar pro lado do Guti já chorando muito. Mano, fala qualquer coisa e ele começa a chorar. A primeira reação é tirar o fone, começar a chorar assim, igual uma criança. Passa um filme na cabeça que você passou o ano todo, a vida toda, tipo, vivendo pro jogo. Aí mudou tanto. Gente, não vou conseguir mais. Esse assunto do Mundial é muito delicado.
Chororô, aí eu chorei, meu pai chorou, minha mãe chorou, aí meu irmão tava lá, meu sobrinho.
Então acho que esse título é para todos eles que me ajudaram a ser quem eu sou, me educaram e estiveram comigo nos meus melhores e meus piores momentos.
Uma palavra? Nossa Senhora. De gratidão. Acho que a palavra certa é gratidão.
Gratidão? Gratidão é bom?
É realização.
Acho que união.
Grato por tudo, grato pelo título, grato pela minha família bem, meus amigos bem, todo mundo bem.
É muita emoção para a família ver um filho sendo campeão mundial.
Se tornar uma das pessoas com mais título dentro do jogo. Bizarro, porque até ano passado, 2003, eu não tinha ganho nada ainda. Eu era só um molequinho feliz jogando LBFF.
Eu acho que nesse próximo mundial vão aprender a respeitar mais a gente.
E pra quando trombar com nós dentro de jogo, ficar em choque, sentir medo, tremer. Porque todo mundo sabe quando é nós. Os caras ficam em choque, os caras tremem, porque sabem que nós não vamos errar. Foi glorioso, foi grandioso, nós conseguimos. Nós somos campeões.
Okay.
Dear survivors, 2024 was a year of incredible plays and unforgettable moments. But legends are forged in the fires of competition. From zero to hero, the journey to victory starts again. 2025 promises even more intense action, more thrilling victories, and a legacy that will be shaped from passion. Let's dive into the roadmap and major changes of Fire Esports 2025. First up, let's have a look at the FFWS series. We're bringing you all the thrilling action from top-tier regional leagues in Brazil, Latin America, Southeast Asia, Middle East and Africa, and Pakistan. Preseason leagues will happen in Feb to March, then most of the leagues will start around April 2025. 2 epic FFWS SEA offline showdowns are coming up. Hanoi, Vietnam for the spring season, and Bangkok, Thailand for the fall season. And of course, we're working on expanding our esports footprint by activating more regions in 2025. After dominating regional leagues, the elites will converge on Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the EWC in July. Then, the ultimate battle arrives. FFWS Global Finals in Jakarta, Indonesia, birthplace of Free Fire Esports legends. Prepare for an unforgettable spectacle. Next up is major changes in our format in 2025 to enhance audience experience. Get ready for a thrilling new format called Champion Rush. In the final match, teams race to achieve the Champion Rush point. Once a team hits that mark and secures the next Booyah, they are crowned champions. After 8 games, if we cannot find a champion team with Booyah, the highest ranking team will be the champion. This high-octane format will push our top players to their absolute limits, delivering adrenaline-fueled action in every final match. We also look for a new layer of strategic depth in 2025. We're implementing the unique active skill rule. Each team member must equip a different active skill, forcing teams to adapt and showcase diverse play styles in every match. And last, we keep building a stronger esports ecosystem. This year, we have a global talent development program that empowers local teams, players, and talents to reach their full potential. Let's make 2025 an unforgettable year for Free Fire Esports fans. Together, we'll create a vibrant and exciting competitive scene where legends are shaped.
Tá na liderança, são 17 pontos na mão deles e 3 times brasileiros gerados.
A missão difícil mas o fim das contas são 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is a Free Fire World Series 2025 Southeast Asia Preseason. Day 2 of the Battle Royale knockout stage starts today. And with a new format that has been given to the team, they are finding new winning conditions, new ways to find their place in the leaderboard, as well as new ways to elevate their gameplay and finding that booyah. But there's nothing new with the casters on the desk right now. I am Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, and having me is the man, the myth, the legend, the Mustachio AJ.
I'm excited. I have been excited ever since I saw the brand new rule set that we were bringing into the world of Free Fire Esports this year. And this is the first time shoutcasting for said rule set. And I am losing my mind, Neptune, even up till now. We watched how yesterday's final game double point made all the difference for Thailand. Thailand was lagging behind. Thailand was chilling. Twisted Minds kind of hustled a little bit more, but Buriram literally played just the final 2 games and shot towards the top of the leaderboard. Something like that could happen in the grand finals as well. This is crazy, man, and you gotta love it.
And you are going to love the prize pool as well, because this is what they're aiming for. The reason why they're performing that well. Imagine 8,000 for that #1 spot, and we're just talking about Battle Royale. And looking at how the teams are playing, not quite sure if lagging will help them as well. If you become the MVP, you will have $500 in addition to what you get in placement. And even like everyone in the knockout stage will be getting a piece of that pie, because even the 13 to the 18 will get $250 at a minimum.
It is not the full set of conditions just yet for them to walk away with the 50K, because if you look at the dates, something's off. We told you guys 7 days, but you only see 5 out of 7 dates here, because after the first 5 days, we actually conclude the Battle Royale segment and move on towards Clash Squad, where the top 8 teams will survive to fight for the remaining of the $20,000. Only $30,000 available for the teams to fight over down here in this Battle Royale, which all culminates on the 9th of March.
So I forgot to add in on my intro, new ways to earn money for the team. I mean, imagine, we got used to Battle Royale. Now there's Clash Squad as well. It increases their odds in a close combat battle. They also have to like prioritize in position, similar to what we're seeing in the team versus team, but it's different, no distraction, and they can plan that out. So let's see on how will that work. Right now for Battle Royale, we have the knockout stage, point rush, and grand finals. Similar format overall, but what's different is in this knockout stage, we have the unique active skill that has been done by the teams quite well, especially from yesterday.
Oh, I love it, man. I mean, the fact of the matter is the unique active skill has most definitely impacted some of the more aggressive squads. You don't see them roaming around the battlefield super furiously anymore. And some of the teams that kind of hold back sometimes are actually able to walk away with some solid points. We saw the Malaysians do that quite a number of times yesterday. Speaking of points, here's the point system for the preseason. As usual, you hit the booyah, you walk away with 12 placement points. 9 if you hit that second spot. You minus 1 point for each consecutive spot that comes after that. 11 and 12 though gets you nothing. Every elimination gets you 1 point, but if you're on game 6, it's double elimination points, baby.
I mean, that is odds. That was one thing that can increase your odds to get that #1. And case of Bermuda United, get the #2 spot by just playing 2 games. As you mentioned, they slept all throughout from the first 4, and for the final 2 games, they just moved up that much. But if in case on the top or any place on the leaderboard, there will be any tie, we're going to go for the 3-step. Number of booyahs will be counted. Second step would be total elimination, and we haven't reached this, if I'm not mistaken, step number 3 for the survival ranks. And the reason why we haven't reached this, because everyone from the team, every team are showing is that so much prowess to take that #1 spot with a huge lead.
Yeah, absolutely, man. We haven't gotten to the 3rd rule just yet, but perhaps 2025 is just that year. It's a little pity that we don't get the double points on the grand finals day itself, but the champion rush point would most definitely get us all very excited. We've been seeing the potential of that just through the daily leaderboards, right? And this was something you were touching on earlier, Neptune, the unique active skill. If any one of those players has got a similar active skill, you have 2 players with the exact exact same one. Someone has to swap that out. Every single player needs to bring in their own unique active skill in order to qualify to join the lobby.
Yeah, most of the time we're seeing the usual suspect, Datsuya, A124. We're also seeing some Iris in the mix, but not so much as like not so much of teams are using that. We also have the Skylar, especially for sniper, and as well as a Cassie, especially if you are support or just going in with a rush with that duo or rusher with that duo. So that helped the team a lot, but hopefully they will be helped by that combination of skills when they go into the format of the Champion Rush. Again, on the Grand Finals, we have a maximum of 8 games, the potential to reach 8 games, and their target first will be to reach that 80 points to trigger the Champion Rush condition. If in case they get a booyah, once that has been triggered or after that has been triggered, they become the champion. If not, then it will lead to the rankings, to total standings in the first place, but well, of course, they will be the champion.
Yeah, absolutely, right? So you can have 3 or 4 teams who have more than 80 points. They've now triggered the potential to grab the championship in the very next match as long as one of them gets the booyah. But if one of the underdogs from the bottom of the table gets the booyah, then we move on to the next match, right? I can't wait for such a suspense to arrive right in front of our screens, but we'll have to wait just a little bit more. Day 2 Steamless for the day. It's Group B versus C. Group A will take a break. The 2 monsters from Thailand from yesterday, Twisted Minds and Buriram, that snatched away the top 2 spots will take a rest, but we've got more trouble from Thailand though.
Yeah, we have Team Falcons, All Gamers Global, as well as Core Memory Esports. This might be a new team, but the players are coming from attack all around, so we'll see how well they will play with the new name. And the lineup, well, there's not so much changes for the others, but you will see a few of those rosters that has been switched around. Some has new rosters in their team, and from what I've seen yesterday, especially from those Malaysian, there's the new rosters are working for them from the first part of the tournament. So hopefully they can be consistent towards the end, similar to what we've seen the top dogs do.
Yeah, speaking of top dogs, man, I mean, RRQ, one of the most lethal squads out of Indonesia. They will be in action in a little bit. Team Falcons, the winners of the Free Fire. And you see, this is the problem, right? Falcons did it when nobody expected them to get the job done, and every single time they've been underestimated. They've stepped it up from C-Triple-G. They are now soaring up high, but they've also motivated a bunch of the rest of the teams to do exactly what they've done.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen that so much of the teams that has been motivated, similar to what we're seeing in the screen. A team or a region, entire region that has been motivated to show up. Starting with PE Sports when it comes to the World Championship or World Cup rather, and that is where they started. The rest of the teams, WAG, GOW, Y Sports, they have been showing up time after time, and hopefully they will maintain that consistency, especially for those teams coming from Group B who played yesterday up until today, because out of the knockout stage, this is their final chance to bring those points.
And of course, in the grand scheme of things, the whole of Southeast Asia is looking to up its level because 2 years in a row now, 2 back-to-back World Series, they have not managed to bring the trophy back to SEA. And obviously, all these boys are hungry to do that, not just into Southeast Asia, specifically back to their very own region, their very own nation, right? I mean, it's all about the pride. And of course, a hefty prize pool on the World Series for Free Fire as well. So very excited to see that. But obviously, we also have got the Free Fire World Cup coming, the Esports World Cup coming through in July as well, which Free Fire will be a part of. So everybody's going to be gearing up for action there as well, Neptune.
Yeah, the roadmap is like becoming wider. There's a lot of slots that tournaments are being put in for an entire year, and this is where actually it started from the regionals, and this is the second part of that roadmap, the preseason before we head into spring, before everything pops up to what you did mention, the Esports World Cup. So let's see if they are prepared, if they are ready, because right now there's something new once again that we're going to introduce you. It's not the usual order that we have, still 5 maps, but we have Nexterra first, Alpine, Bermuda, once again on game number 3, Kalahari, and Purgatory. Now, for those of you who are just joining us right now, today, this is randomized every day, and that game number 6 is also a random map of the 5.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, it's crazy, right? Now, nobody knows exactly how we're going to start. Every day we hit the randomizer to know exactly what sort of sequence we are going to be brought through with all of the maps. So the teams don't even know what the rhythm is going to be like up to this very moment. And because of the fact that not every single squad out there, out of our 18 teams, have managed to find full mastery of all 5 maps, some of them do struggle when they drop into a map like, for example, Nexterra, where they just cannot deal with the sheer number of buildings. But 3 teams that do dominate, though: Buriram United Esports, EVOS Divine, as well as Bigatron Delta for their performance yesterday.
Yeah, this is the beginning, or from yesterday, this is the beginning of Buriram United's run when they went into that Nexterra map. And that's something that we seldom see, because most of the time they pop off on Alpine. But again, multiple booyahs has been taken by a lot of teams in the 5 more format, or the 6 map format that we have. So hopefully they can continue in learning how they're going to play it to grab that booyah, because we know how important it is, especially when we get to that championship Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, you know, I'm looking forward to these teams performing out there on the battlefield shortly. I want to see what Team Falcons are up to, whether or not they're going to be laying low or flying super high when no one can see them and then swoop it on down later. Or are they going to be testing their skills as well as all of their new strats with the current meta out there on the battlefield before we actually get to the real thing? Because once again, this is preseason, Neptune. Yes, there's money on the line. Yes, there's a little bit of pride on the line, but you also got to go out there and try out whatever you're not too sure of, because when it comes to the real deal, the Southeast Asian Cup that we are going to be playing for soon, FFWS SEA, this is exactly where these players need to shine, right? So this is your playing ground. If you fail here, there's still some time to fix things.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's still a lot of time to fix things, and hopefully we'll see that from Team Falcons, especially now. Again, we're talking about the new roster. Falcons has set their limit, and I'm talking about limit X7. So let's see if they will be a good mix, or limit will be a good mix, especially when Keroro jump in. I think that would be a prompt that an addition of one player or a new player will help them, and let's see if that would be working for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, really, really strong players, right? Very capable. We've seen their history over the past couple of years. They have shown us such tremendous growth. And you know you can bet on a team like this. You know you can bet on a brand like this, right? And Free Fire within Southeast Asia itself has been really, really strong. In Thailand, very specifically, it has been showing that it plays a totally different league of its own in comparison to the rest of Southeast Asia. But you know, ever since we started kind of like lumping them together, forcing them to go up against each other, I guess it started all at FFSI. You know, teams have kind of gotten used to each other's rhythms, and I think the other regions have really learned so much from Thailand. Now, it's really hard to pull them apart, right? Or to tell them apart, or to actually tell exactly who's going to dominate within the day.
Yeah, there was a time as well that even the movements on battlefield, you would know that that is a team, that specific team that you're going against. So you can back away or go like direct into the battle. But now everyone else is adapting, adjusting. That is that is what we've been asking for all of the players, all of the team to do, so that they will not be left behind, and hopefully they can do all those adjustments on the fly, especially with this format that we have right now. Only 3 days of knockout stage. It's not the usual length that we have on a tournament, but this is where they find their rhythm, a practice ground, as you did mention, before we go into the bigger tournaments for the year.
Yeah, this is like playing a Mercy version of the previous, like the old format of the Free Fire World Series, you know? You just go in there and then you're playing for, the qualifiers as well as the grand finals already. Now you get at least 3 days of the knockout stage, 3 days to kind of go into groups, kind of like test out each other to see exactly who's going to be a little annoying, who we need to aim for early on in the game and remove from the equation, and then kind of like move on with your party. And obviously, once again, we've got money on the line, so if the preseason practice was not enough motivation for these teams to go all out, then of course we've got the prize pool there just to entice them a little bit, right? I really like the fact that Buriram really held back yesterday. I mean, I don't know whether it was intentional, whether they were really getting owned initially in the first 4 games and then they just went berserk, or they were truly holding back just to test out the double points on game number 6, right? Because we saw such a huge change in capabilities as well as momentum in both that Nexterra and the final Purgatory map.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. The theory that I put out yesterday, it is a possibility. It would depend. I mean, no one from Buriram United has confirmed it yet, but it's not the first time that we've seen Buriram United do it. They sleep through one day, and then the following day that they play, they just roll, they steamroll against everyone and then take that number 1 spot. So I guess that was the target. It just so happened that Twisted Mind has the same thing in mind, so they had that number 1 spot by the end of yesterday.
And it's crazy though, because that same tactic did not work at the recent Free Fire World Series, right? if only they almost got it. Unfortunate that they really could not find that rhythm towards the very end. We really kind of thought, okay, all right, here they come, the engine's gone. No, they got eliminated. Every single time we thought that there was going to be a huge wave of a comeback from Buriram, because they've been the comeback kings, right? They were the undying comeback kings who were always able to bounce back. But of course, some shades of weakness from the side of Buriram that we've seen in the recent past. Let's see if we can find that fix for those gameplays this time round, as the other regions get thrown into the mix. Whether they become punching bags or worthy opponents to steal away points, we'll have to wait and see next week.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, especially now it's Group C that will be joining us anew together with Group B. So Group B has experienced that already. If they were to bottom, or if they were standing at the bottom right now after day number 1, then there's a good chance for them to come back, unless Team Falcons and the rest of Group C will just do what Twisted Mind Buriram United did yesterday. We've seen them dominate the game. They even slow down. They even there are some instances that they know when to slow down. They know when to hype things up, but for the other teams, they are just struggling. So this is a good chance, a preseason, a good chance to really change that storyline, even for those who managed to lose a lot more from yesterday.
Absolutely, man. And of course, the regions that are kind of struggling, very specifically Malaysia, they really have to use this opportunity to climb up, right? Because something's working within their recipe. Clearly, they have been able to walk away with quite a decent number of eliminations, but what they can't do is sustain their lives out there on the battlefield. The placement points has been abysmal for all 3 of the Malaysian squads. I mean, the best one out of them actually being Expand, who is currently in the 12th spot, right? So, and they've only got 20 placement points. So that's something that the Malaysians really need to look to fix here in itself before we conclude this preseason.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so much hope as well from, say, Todak. I mean, if not for the 2 aggressive Videls, that they might have gotten a few more of those points, or probably even a Booyah. But again, we've seen that, we pointed it out. Let's see if they will be listening to us. We're not their coach. We're just here to point out what we see from the scene. But I guess that's something that they need to figure out themselves as well. But for the other teams, I guess they know what they need to do. There's just that a lot of the other top dogs are just stopping them in any rotation, in some of the rotation that they're taking. Thus, they couldn't apply what they want, what they intend to do.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they need to figure out, right? Because now they know exactly where their weak point is. They can play a good gunfight. They just can't seem to rotate. And if I mean, and there are many ways. There are many roads to Rome. Is that the saying? I don't know. You're older than me. You should be able. You're the Chat GPT expert. You tell me which one. Is it? There are many roads to Rome. Something like that. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So there are many options as to how you can rotate in towards the next circle. Yes, you've got a little bit of RNG there. Yes, you've got a little bit of unpredictable circle shenanigans. But that's exactly where the experience of the years of Free Fire comes in, right?
Yeah.
To kind of like really route your play. Because some of the other teams are able to do a phenomenal job. When Buriram does not want to fight, Buriram will not fight. I mean, yes, some games they have kind of gotten like caught out, but you know, those bad luck streaks don't really last all that too long. They're able to really chart a path. So this is something that, you know, the Malaysian teams really need to focus on strengthening because, you know, gunfights department, once again, Neptune, they could actually hold their own.
Yeah, they can hold their own. They can go in for a 4v4, but what I want to say earlier, since we were in that conversation, is like the basics. You know how it is in Battle Royale. The basics is to survive. So aggression from some of the teams, at some point, that is their failure. So if you can find a way to survive first and then find a better position to be aggressive, like from what we've seen, why Buriram United has done so much, because they're snipers. 3 of the players can use a sniper and they can do it from afar, go gather, farm all those points, and then once they know that they had the opportunity to rush, then they go rush. That is like, I know I'm speaking as if it is easy, but like it's just the basics of what we've seen from Free Fire.
For sure, right? I mean, you really got to focus on the basics, and that's exactly why I love 2025 so much in the history of Free Fire Esports. We've never had so many changes be applied within one season as a whole. You can most definitely tell the team is very excited as to how we want to go through the esports season within 2025. Once again, we want to highlight the format for the Champion Rush. If you do get towards the final day and you are at the top of the leaderboard, your first condition is you need to get past 80 points. Once you have gone past 80 points, you activate the Champion Rush point eligibility, and all that means is after you have surpassed 80 points, you need to hit a booyah. You get a booyah, you are the champion. If multiple teams pass the 80-point mark, the first team to hit that booyah will become champion. But let's say if none of the teams that pass the 80-point mark hit that booyah, we go to a maximum of 8 games. At the end of the 8 games, we still don't have a booyah-worthy champion. We'll just have to look at the most number of points and call the champion that way. This is crazy. This is phenomenal because now it puts such a huge emphasis on surviving, on playing the core rule of Battle Royale, not just collecting eliminations on the battlefield.
Again, back to basics. What
back
is
to survival?
Yeah, survival. What is the target? What is the goal for all the Free Fire players to get that booyah? So it's just like a mix of something new with something old. Oh, I got hit a little bit. Sorry. But anyway,
I genuinely thought you were happy. Don't make jokes, bro. All right, you are just at that age, man, where I will actually believe that I need to call for help. Pick up my phone, Garena. Mayday! I need another co-caster.
Anyways, kidding aside, I mean that's just like a mixture of like new format, old tactics being brought into a like a brand new package, and that is what we have right now for 2025. And a good way to explain that as well, apart from what we've seen earlier for Champion Rush, is if in case we have a view of the overall standings, I guess we can point out a few of those numbers, like specific numbers that would show. But for those of you who knows or have a copy of like seen what the overall standings looks like right now, 4 of the teams from yesterday managed to reach 80 points, but only one team grabbed the booyah, especially for the last match, and that is Buriram United. So if that is the condition that we have from the Champion Rush, Buriram United is declared the champion despite of them not being number 1.
Yeah, Burera was in the second spot. Twisted Minds had 102 points in total yesterday. They would have not been the champion. That's exactly how the champion rush point kind of really throws so much of... I don't even... You gotta be on your toes, man. Okay, because we've seen this before, Neptune, right? We've seen teams, we've seen players who are so dominant out there, where within a few games they kind of like chill because they know they don't need any more points, and then they start to play chicken, which is not really fun to watch. You know, everybody's trying to hide, everybody's trying to get away from the eliminations. They just look for a few points in terms of placements just to secure their position on the championship. Yeah, not anymore. No booyah, no championship. I like that. I love that. It's very on brand. I mean, it's all about the booyah in Free Fire.
Yeah.
So this is the most perfect rule ever brought in to this esports ecosystem.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of chances for those teams who are not maintaining that number one spot. Most of the time, it's just the number one spot. We know even before the game or the day ends, it's just like they are the team because we've calculated already how much each team can perform or like potential points that they can get. And you can see already that it wouldn't work that way. But now that changes a lot. And not only that, like even the maps itself, like we don't have any understanding of how the map will be in terms of their order. So even the skills, if their skills is related to that specific map, then that is something that they will not be able to change on the fly.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, I'm pretty sure some of you guys are getting a little nervous. Like, wait, why does this seem a little too extended? Where's the game? A couple of the players are having a little bit of an issue, a technical glitch to get into the lobby. So we're trying to fix that real quick in the background. In the meantime, don't worry, Neptune and I, we've got you covered, right? So we've gone through a couple of things here already. We've gone through exactly what the Malaysian team has kind of seen from yesterday. Now let's take a look at our expectations. Any teams from Group C that you're really looking forward to kind of checking out in terms of performance, Neptune?
Well, one thing is, I think Team Falcons might not like go full gear just yet. Because again, they're still trying out. They're still trying out limit. All they need to do is just get to that grand finals or the point rush and grand finals, and then that's where they will be putting up all that they have. Core memory. Let's see. I mean, I'm looking at them as well. Again, similar to what we've seen Team Falcons has done. Once they change or organization, they really up their game. So let's see if Core memory will do that as well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when you look at Falcons, when you've got the resources behind you, you know, acquiring the best of the best to play for your team, it's not going to be that difficult anymore. And it's really nice to see that it's not just a, you know, I acquire a team and I just paste my brand on it and I let these players go out there and play, right? Because what CGG was and what Falcons are today, it's amazing as to what this partnership has brought this team. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, no more waiting needed. We're going to be hopping on into game number 1. We'll catch you guys on the map.
And here we go. Day has just started, but we're already in the future. Nexterra is our first map for today, and our flight path is a little bit too merciful for the rest of the team. Coming from Museum, going in between Mudside as well as Rushdown, there's a clear view for all the teams to drop for where they intend. But as we look at Intellect Center, bro, that is a huge part of it might be happening.
I mean, clearly, all of those players went to Intellect Center to pick up some extra IQ because that's a bad way to start this game. It's going to be chaos for sure, and points are going to be hard to come by. I mean, thank goodness you do have the pocket market as well as the free fire coins that you can use to very quickly purchase all of your fallen brothers back into the game, or sisters, if they are playing.
Yeah.
Divine has an opportunity now to just stay silent and then get away instead of getting into a fight with Fire Esports. But I think we know what they're gonna do.
Yeah, I mean, they will wait for the perfect moment, and then Fire Esports will be caught off guard. But from that drop spot, most of the teams will have been spotted already, so they have that idea. But going back to where the battle is happening, especially in kill feed, Nero from PE Sports as well as RRQ, they have been going back and forth in terms of elimination. So
yeah,
that has led already to one team being taken out of this game as early as 2 minutes in this fight.
We are looking at everything except the gunfights, man. There are many bodies hitting the ground, and we are not seeing those bodies. They were not. Vamos. They were united. This is just all right. There you go. There you go. The team's like, wait, Mustacho, wait. We're getting there. Heavy. The eyes on the players of Onyx Olympus to make sure they don't get interfered in this matchup. Vamos up against Dewa United. Dewa United 3 eliminations already. Vamos getting cooked, and Raja goes down as well.
There goes Raja, and we still one more from Team Vamos, but I think they have been spotted as well with that binoculars, and even core memory will be spotted. But it's a good thing Vamos will be able to recover their teammates, and they can stay afloat in this fight. The blue will be closing in a bit, but as we go for what we might expect in here, core memory has heard those gunshots. They might be rushing in onto Dewa United, and all Dewa United is doing right now is wait for anyone to show up.
Well, Wang shows up, and he kind of wishes he didn't, but not taken out just yet. All right, Rasia finishes that off real quick. And this guy, literally the rusher of the squad, the sniper being the rusher. You gotta love it, man. I love that style.
Yeah, I mean, he knows how to get away if in case he gets stuck. He knows how to fight in a close quarter as well. It's similar to what we've seen the top dogs do. But let's see if that can continue on against Fire Esports as they are just hunting. And with what Rasha and the rest of Evo's Divine has done, that's one thing that we pointed out earlier. They spot them from afar, go for the takedown, and then go for the rush. That is just basics in terms of Free Fire, and Evo's Divine are doing it perfectly.
And 4 points already in the hands of the Indonesian squad. Just like you predicted earlier, Neptune, they just waited for the right opportunity, the right moment. They went in there for the quick hit, and then back to looting they go, right? Not really overextending, don't really want to go out of this compound and search for anything. They know that all they wanted to do was just gain dominance here and then loot this area dry before moving on to the next phase of the circle. So Grav Labs, for the time being, fully conquered by Indonesia.
As we look at Team Falcons right now, no one has challenged them just yet. They might have spotted the one. That's a 1 point that they have. So let's see if they can find a few more as they go in onto the other side. This core memory, Folky, after being revived, has dropped in very close to Team Falcons as well.
Let's see if or not WAG can get away with this one. Export down on the ground. The save just not there yet for the guy. Axel, though, spotted out. Krillin!
Double kill.
And the chase was worth it.
I mean, the chase is worth it indeed. And let's see if they can add a few more. Right now, WAG is just staying on the edge of the blue, very close to the next phase of the circle. And let's see if they will be stopped by anyone else. Heavy managed to bring back one of their players, and into the horizon, Raja will be spotted.
Vamos not having a good day. Oh my lord, X-Ball! What did you have for dinner? My goodness me, no Raphael, but that man bled out so quick.
That is is just what you would expect from a sniper like X-Bor. But from afar, Evo's Divine comes knocking in. That's not a good way to really take shots on WAG. They are very close to the next phase of a circle. They might have, or they might not receive that much damage. And Abax goes down once again. X-Bor, the sniper, putting the X on his mark.
Yeah, Ray. Cheeky. Goes the plays in there. Gets the shots in. The Bison in hand. Rate of fire solid. But I believe he's going up against a shotgun. The M590. Let's see if Credit's going to be able to get this shot. The rate of fire off the shotgun is pretty intense as well. Up close and personal. But Evo's Divine has got a couple of those in hand as well. They go in for the chase. Man's out the window. And they know how to get away.
And they know how to get away, but WAG will be waiting for them as well. That is a good tactic coming from Clarion. Despite of him going down, that flushes them out in the open. But we will be having a visitor right now in this battlefield. Vamos will be joining the mix as well. Russia goes down from the hands of June and instantaneously has been revived.
Vamos all of a sudden very aggressive with the back-to-back points. One they earn, the other one they steal. But whatever it is, it's in their pocket. The team has scrambled all over the battlefield because of those revives. And now Evo's Divine just way too close for comfort here. Jun might just be in trouble.
Yeah, let's see how much trouble they will be putting him in, as the blue is already closing in. We've just finished the second phase. We're heading into the third, and still Evo's Divine is tanking the zone, and Ray is just waiting. I'm quite sure if who's waiting at, but no one is there from WAG. They've already moved away. They said bye-bye, see you later for this team, and there's no chance that they will be spotted apart from June, who's just hanging back on the bridge.
Allen with the shots from afar, but Heavy finds that quick recovery. It was Divine versus Jun. Only one player from the side of Vamos. And Jun actually shows up. Cheeky wanted to take Ray down, and Rasya knocked down by X-Bor. WAG interfering. Rasya eliminated. Aim God brings him back. Jun has his back exposed, but what a solid glue wall to keep him in the run. Ray's AC-80 can't find the connection, but Abax. Now that's a cheat. Takes the shotgun straight to the chest of this man. Jun tries to hold on, but the numbers just overwhelming.
Still props to June. If there will be a hide and seek on Free Fire, I will have June on my team and he will not be found out. Dewa will be knocking on doors as well. Zax right now, I'm not sure what is the plan right here. One after the other solo mission being done by the other teams against Evos, and they're just stacking up the numbers in terms of points, similar to what we've seen yesterday, and another one bites the dust, and that makes 7 for the White Tigers.
7 eliminations already for the White Tigers. This is a solid run so far, but dude, we still have 11 teams alive, so doesn't mean much just yet at this stage of the competition, at this level of play. Mufasa has got the P90 in hand. Rate of fire is there, but just not many of those enemies to spray down, but they'll do with one for the time being.
Got excited. I saw Wukong being activated in that fight. It's been a while. It's been a while.
It's been a while.
But I don't think it would work that much, especially in how tenacious the teams are right here. Heavy, putting heavy damage on core memory, but they still have some thoughts left to move up to the second floor. Same goes for Heavy right now as they use that catapult or that launch pad. So let's see if they can get a good view from a window, or this is just their way of waiting it out.
It's good opportunity to kind of just hide out here and wait for the final battle, and of course hope and pray the rest of the circles favor you and you don't have to travel too much. But we've seen the weak side of getting in there early as well, because when the other teams arrive, and there are many other teams, they will want a defensive compound as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing about Nexterra, though. There's a lot of defensive compound you can use. There's not so much of open area. And that would be like helpful for them, but we've seen how that works, especially if it ends in a multi-level building. We've seen some who are on the rooftop, they're just waiting for this blue to close in, and that's where they take advantage of those rushing out a window.
And it is a all-out civil war. EVOS Divine up against Onyx Olympus. And watch your back! Watch your back, Apex! What a headshot! And that flank changes the face of this game instantaneously for EVOS Divine. Onyx Olympus just got the floor wiped with their shirts.
Onyx Olympus is down, and EVOS Divine are just reigning in this battle in terms of elimination points, but we are seeing Ray being damaged as well. They have it spotted, and they are still tanking the blue. Not quite sure if that will work at this level of this stage, but as we go in, another civil war is happening with an addition of RRQ in the mix.
Let's see how they can just very quickly sneak away here, because there's way too many players within this compound. Neptune just stepping on, and what a nade by Dust, the blind one! And he's going in for the finisher. Good solid blue wall is erected by LBT. LBT's hell no, but PE Sports could do nothing as RRQ went rampage. But unfortunate for them, because the chaos here has now reduced them to just Ma'al alone. And Ma'al tries to get away, but it's 4 players on the hunt, and he does manage to sneak out of there.
What are you doing, Ma'al? Managed to get away, can recover, and has been left behind. RRQ is still at it, spotting one, but no weapon in hand. Is just going for the runaround, but there you go. Finally, RRQ being eliminated. 9.
Excited as long as it lasted. I liked that, but unfortunate for the man. Fun for us, not so much for him. 7 brings a member right back to the team, trying to repay them for welcoming him into the Falcon rank. I'm pretty sure his snipes will do the team a lot of good, especially from a position up on top like this, right? On fire, 2 eliminations already. Praying to grenade launcher, and EVOS Divine clocked out at the 8th spot here. We'll have to check the elimination total a little bit later.
I think it's more than 10, if not 12 in a total. But I thought Russia has already been taken down. I think that was a revival, and he was the only one remaining. But still, 8th place. There is a good chance they can get a few more in the next map. But for Falcons, they have 8 elimination already in this game. They have good spot in the edge of the circle, even on ground floor, but it will be tight in a bit. On top of them are a few players, and across them is a core memory. So Heavy right now will also be in a similar situation as Team Falcons. Same goes for Fire Esports. They just need to rush into that middle area.
Yeah, let's see what this rush is gonna bring. Falcons on fire with the grenade launcher, but the good barricade with all of those glue walls saves the lives of WAG. But Karoro is now with the M590, and he goes for those pops that are on fire. Finishes the job with the launcher. WAG toasted.
From 7 to 11 as quickly as that, and we are down to 4. Only Fire Esports is missing a player, and they have a less winning rate on this battle. Now let's see if they can turn things around, especially if they can put one down, and their target, or they are the target of Heavy right now, but not so much of pressure being brought in by the team.
2 Vietnamese squads, 2 Thai squads looking for the booyah, and Falcons the favorites to win it according to the auto calculation. Oh my god, death! But a good save comes on through the solid glue wall. They go in for the pickup. Hey, BCD was there, and my god, what a rotation for Hua.
Good rotation for them. They managed to survive with 3. That Thiva really helped them, but Heavy says no. We are going for the rush. There goes Tatsuya Rebel. Rush up front with the M590, and the Zom is zooming in. Taken down, the same as Death. And there we have it. Heavy taking out the team from the same region.
Yeah, Heavy tactics, man. I mean, instant decision making there. We see our parade. Let's go for the hunt, they say. And Heavy, they had a good meal. But now Falcons eyeing their own hunt from afar. And Peter with the snipes as well. AWM wall hit one in the back. Oh, get out of the vehicle, man. You don't want to mess with them. Limit with the first shot. Get nice. Bleeding down on the ground. But those glue walls are erected to pick him right back up heavy with a very quick recovery.
Let's see how much they can recover right now, especially as some of the teams are being taken by the blue. A hit by Limit, and this is a good play for them. 2 on the snipe. Riptide Rhythm coming from Limit as a 3 rushes in. There goes a grenade launcher coming from On Fire, and they are bringing the fire in this battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely, man. The fire is here, and it is courtesy of the Falcons. 13 eliminations strong. Look at Kororo fly. It is the M590. Taste my wrath. Falcons are back to the top.
There's no slowing down. They soar, and they swoop in. Full squad booyah, baby.
I mean, they needed to flex that limit, bro. They needed to flex that limit, and the man did well. I mean, grenade launcher was phenomenal. I do miss Coscu, but I am not complaining about this new lineup.
Well, that is what happened when you have a creature from the sky and you add a limit to it. So that brings you sky's the limit.
Shut up, nephew. Yes. It was
you know me. This is how I play.
It was a fantastic game.
Give me a chance. Give me a chance, and I'll bring it out.
I know, that's the problem.
Anyone laugh or not.
Massive number of eliminations as well for Team Falcons, and a very well-deserved booyah. This is their debut here on the Southeast Asian 2025 Preseason Battle Royale as we prep for FFWS SEA. And Falcons are showing us that they are ready to flex what they have.
Yeah, I mean, they have the fire. And speaking of fire, On Fire really put in so much damage with a grenade launcher. I mean, that is, I think they're aiming for one guy to replicate, and that is Jonah from Rhythm United. How well they can clear up an area with that grenade launcher, and then adding another sniper to their mix that would bring in a wrecking ball of a team.
Yeah, I think they got the formula right. You know, if you want to win, you have to look at people who have won and what they are doing right. And, you know, you hit the nail on the head. This is most definitely looking somewhat like a perfected Buriram recipe going on out there with the Falcons. It's just that they've got other players with their own flavors, right? And you know, the tactics may be similar in terms of team lineup, in terms of the player roles that they play out there, in terms of their main weapons that they use on the battlefield. But what is the main difference maker is Falcons, usually when they go for something, they get the job done right. They have proven that time and time again already, and I just cannot wait to see what they can show us here this year. Because like I said, man, Southeast Asia, we are all heated up. Buriram is heated up. So many teams heated up. It's going to be tough to say exactly who's going to conquer at the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a huge chance that anyone from any region will be able to grab that championship, especially with a new format right now.
Yeah.
Some are, I guess some has practices enough that they can find that formula a little bit quicker, but towards the entirety of the year, they will be able to adjust. And let's see. I mean, another region might be able to grab that #1 spot. It has been rotated already from the previous tournaments in the Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Maybe it's time now for Vietnam. Maybe Malaysia is going to shock us. Maybe Malaysia is going to shock us right out of nowhere. It is a possibility. You know, unfortunately, we don't get the double points on the grand finals day, but, you know, you never know. You know, some sort of miracle could happen. They could go on a streak and then, you know, end up being one of the first few teams that break the 80-point limit to qualify to be the champions. But of course, here's the highlights as well from game #1. We started things off at Nexterra, and what a start it was, right? Massive number of engagements, eliminations all across the battlefield. We could barely get our eyes on one good fight because there were so many popping up all across the map. But even though that was happening, the number of revivals was shockingly high as well. We barely dropped in terms of number of teams.
Now, in spite of the 4 teams dropping on Intellect Center, only 1 team has been eliminated, and that shows how well they worked it out in getting away or surviving in this battle. Now, as we look in, there's some of the tenacity, the hunger, especially probably after watching day number 1. How can they do the same? How can they find a formula for the teams of Group C? And well, that is what Team Falcons is showing right now.
It is phenomenal to watch these boys not skip a single beat. It's phenomenal to see that fantastic grenade launcher play. I hope it's much more consistent coming through from them. I think it's really a huge winner, right? That area of damage that you get out of each and every single one of those grenade pumps. You've got that Beastin in there just to lob it a tad bit further. Tororo coming in as the MVP, 9 assists in total, 4 eliminations of his own with 1,975 damage, running the Tatsuya on the active skill, built like a tank, and he is able to go in for the shutdown when required.
Yeah, I mean, and that is Kiro right now, the first acquisition or the first player that has been new from last year, and he's just showing up. Now, in terms of elimination, yes, you might be looking at 4 Kiroro from Kiroro, but there's a lot more coming from the rest of the team. Thus, in total, that brings them with a lot more in terms of points. For the characters, not so much of changes apart from Ford that has been spammed by a lot of teams right now, and that is one thing that we want to happen as well. The reason why there is a possible reason why we are introducing the one unique skill so that everyone will be able to utilize how it is in terms of having some skills, so the passive can be used like by anyone. So Ford has been done probably 2 in a team, and that is one thing that we might see a lot more.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, looking at the fact that Coda is in the house to play as well, this has been quite the game changer, right? I mean, not many of these teams are going out there and bringing in Coda for the play, but some of the more tactical ones, they know that the activation of the Aurora, the increase of that movement speed just for a little bit could mean the biggest of difference between life and death out there on the battlefield.
Definitely. I mean, a lot of teams has been utilizing movement speed. That's why the spam of Tatsuya has been done previously, but now they will not be able to do so, so they go in for the second best, which is Coda, that has been buffed as well. So that's just something that we don't see often, having new characters being used, but the preseason is where we try it out. Even Nikita has been showing up so many times in the battlefield, and that is one thing that we mostly will be seeing a lot more, unless any changes into the game will be happening. Another buff for this character.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. But as far as the game standings go, we have it right here. Falcons, 17 eliminations with 12 placement points for a total of 29, dominating the leaderboard as we kick off the day number 2 here at the pre-season. Heavy in the second spot, EVOS Divine as well, but of course going towards the bottom, AG Global, Onyx as well as FFWS SEA Sports, they had a pretty rough start to the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's really rough for them. AG is a first team that has been eliminated, and if I'm not mistaken, it happened in Intellect Center. And Onyx Olympus, they just managed to survive, but only grab 1 in terms of elimination. But we've seen this team; they are quite well in warming up, especially if they have been given chance to fight from afar before they go in close range. So let's see if that will be happening on the next map. After Nexterra, we'll be jumping in a bit to Alpine.
Absolutely, and of course, it's nice to sometimes see a Thai team down at the bottom of the leaderboard as well, because then some of the other teams, they get some time up at the top, right? We know AG Global, they've got what it takes to absolutely shock everyone, just like what Buriram and Twisted Minds pulled off yesterday with the final closing games in terms of points that were picked up, right? Of course, we do have the Indonesians showing up strong here, but not strong enough just yet. Dewa United, we didn't see much of them now.
Yeah, we didn't see much of them. They're always in the background, but though they had 9 elimination in that game, but the placement is not that high. Only 5 in terms of placement. But for this Group C, I mean, there's a lot of promise in terms of getting into the top 12. Day United is second to Team Falcons with only 27 points. So one good map, they will be able to cross over and overtake Expand, probably even Vamos into this mix if Vamos will not be performing. But they still have that chance. They are in Group B, so they can bring more numbers.
Absolutely. And of course, 14 versus 29, it looks like the gap is already being built in a very solid way by Falcons. So Day United, they better step things up. I think in terms of firepower department, they do have what it takes in terms of the survivability. Just like the Malaysian teams, they kind of crashed out a little bit too early here, right? But, you know, I don't think we've seen enough of Day United in the overall grand scheme of things. In some of these big, you know, well drawn out fights to say exactly whether or not they're going to be continuously struggling or climbing the leaderboard. So I would love to see more of them in game number 2. But it looks like today is, I don't know, is it a little bit slower than yesterday?
It looks like it. I mean,
I can't have that. Come on.
Well, we have to see. I mean, we have the usually 5th map on our first game, so
yeah,
that is something that they didn't expect. And also, like, Group C is a little bit cautious because they are fighting against Group B, who had experience from yesterday. So that's just how it is. Compared to yesterday, everyone is like has little idea of what's going to happen, but now they are being careful not to fall down too far.
Yeah, I mean, so annoying. They're being too cautious, so annoying. They're being careless, too annoying. But of course, the teams, they have to play their tactics out there. I just want some entertainment, baby. Top 3 on this map for Alpine. If you take a look at the performance from yesterday, Toda, WAG, and Twisted Minds, they've dominated. Whether or not we're going to see a couple of teams from Group C dominate this today, we'll still have to wait and see.
So if
mine are not as good as yours, okay?
Well, if we take out the ones from Group A in this top 3, Todak and Twisted Mind will not be playing, so they will be followed by Team Heavy. So let's see if that is something that can be overtaken by the other teams as well. I mean, AG Global, Core Memory, Daewoo United, Team Falcons, Fire Esports, and RRQ. They're just warming up, but hopefully they put themselves in fire so that they can bring on the battle, the engagement a little bit early. But AJ, I want to point it out as well that with how the game is playing right now, stage number 5, the circle will be moving differently. It's not like before that it will be closing in quite like up until, like, say stage 6. So that's something that we want to see as well. They're not stuck on one position. So as we head in onto the next map, AJ, let's see what will be brought in as we jump into Alpine.
Let's go, baby. The flight path cutting through Railroad all the way down to Fusion, opening up every single nook and cranny of this map. Let's see exactly who is the first team to get eliminated, because they are taking their own sweet time. I want to see more early fights, Neptune.
It just so happens probably that we are looking at a more tactical set of teams, a more tactical set of team that would want to, like, learn more of this new format, learn more of how it is. There's a lot of changes in terms of character, even weaponry. You don't want to get up close and personal, but speaking of up close, Heavy going against Fire Esports a little bit too early. I guess this is what you're waiting for.
Yeah, absolutely. The hot early fight grants Wow, Esports 4 points, and that is just phenomenal. Early elimination. And obviously, who are not really sure exactly who they eliminated, but I'm pretty sure their brothers will let them know later. Like, it was us! Why? No mercy gameplay.
Let's see if that would be the question for them, especially as they are in the same room after the battle has ended. Then there will be the blame being thrown. But AG Global right now going against Dewa United. Looting is still up afoot for AG Global, but there's no waiting for Dewa United. They have already set up their compound to push down anyone who will be rushing in.
AG Global is playing this quite well, actually. Just making sure they don't rush on in, hunting down Dewa United. Just approaching the situation very, very cautiously. Checking out the area, but now this is where things get a little bit sticky. Up onto the second floor. Gets snagged up. Ekal's right in front of him, and Cypher actually gets it with the Vector. Double Vectors for the double! Cypher, the god of the double Vectors, goes in for his third. Can he get it? Yes, he can! The triple on the K for Cypher. My god, hits the Quadra. This man!
Double Vector, nostalgic. I would say nostalgic in terms of
we just
weaponry.
This is what I'm talking about. Now I'm awake. I was asleep the first game.
It's a combination of putting in something old into something new once again. Double Vector didn't expect that to happen, but WAJ was not expected as well. It is Ichinoy that has been taken down. Cypher still in Double Vector, trying to challenge an M590, but Cyrus goes down first, and Alan rushes through with two will be waiting for him.
Yeah, Alan not able to go in for the takedown just yet, but Krillin is alive now. Cypher double teamed, and WAG wiped the floor with AG Global instead. After that phenomenal setup, WAG stands them up.
Stands them up. Let's see if that will be the same story for Evo Divine and Fire Esports. Now, compared to what we've seen in the previous map, we are seeing a slowdown from Evo's Divine. So I guess they're not familiar on how Fire Esports is taking this, but Death has been spotted by Russia, and the snipes he might be going down.
Come on. What? Why would you do that to me, Observer? Go back. You want to see that snipe? Russia in the perfect position. Death right up on top. Russia obviously has given that information already. You see Ray coming on out to check out the situation. Abex finds Death. Russia still hasn't jumped into the fight just yet with the snipe. And Evo's Divine is way too good with this.
Yeah, let's see how well they can play it out. Evo's Divine already with 2 elimination, and they're just waiting to find out where they can spot ABCD as well as the Zom. But I guess there's a good chance for Fire Esports to get away. One distraction will be here. And ABCD shotgun gameplay, unfortunately, has been taken down.
Yeah, Ray's lucky. Abex was there. Right place, right time for the follow-up. Because ABCD just really conquered that initial engagement with the M590. That shotgun has just been making so much of noise and so many opponents miserable.
Yeah, I mean, that is a spam, similar to what we've seen from Trogon when it was introduced, but it's just a different weaponry per se, but very efficient in what we are seeing right now. So
yeah, armor penetration, bro, it's just like off the charts. I mean, I don't understand why Garena left this gun so broken. It's just overpowered.
You know, you've seen like snipers being used, snipers with armor penetration being used up close and personal. That has been the inspiration for the M590.
Yes, I think you're right. They're like, wait. Shouldn't shotguns be used in a situation like this? All right, let's create them one. And then, same with the exact same shotgun that has been wrecking havoc thus far. The sliver of health. Pops it right back up. Out the window he goes. Krillin taken down. Allen just slowing down the pace just a tad bit. Goes in for the pickup. Doesn't make that mistake. Now Cyrus back up on his feet, all thanks to Alan. Adam not waiting to find out exactly what these two boys can do.
With one thing that they need to prepare for is Team Vamos. They jump in, and WAG might be in more trouble than they are expecting. Onyx has been pushed out as well. I guess it will just be them waiting for what's going to happen by the end of this engagement.
Vamos on standby. Glue wall melters just to take the barricade out of their line of sight. Alan tagged up from afar. FGL shots trying to burn them down. EVOS Divine getting shut down one after the other by PE Sports as well. But there is a fight back and a revival. Alan and Cyrus still trying to hold on for their dear lives as they get pelted by grenade after grenade. Glue wall melter after glue wall melter. Vamos not letting them breathe.
That Kazi is really helping them, but with Alan getting away, let's see if this is something that would work for them. Probably might pull in Onyx Olympus in the fight, but Cyrus goes down, spotted by Onyx first, and Alan is the sole survivor for this battle. But with that gameplay, he rushes out, Rebel rush away from this engagement, and still they can survive and not be eliminated.
Man's got 600 coins. Onyx Olympus just running the opposite way. And I think he's actually going to go out for a revival platform. So there's a big possibility we see the full squad be brought back into the equation just shortly. Onyx Olympus, on the other hand, spotting out Vamos, taking one player down as they spot Onyx Olympus out on the open battlefield. Vamos not thinking twice at all to strike.
I mean, Team Vamos has been in a rush in terms of early gameplay. So let's see if they can get more elimination right now. June spotted, not even hiding out. And Adam will be the ones putting in so much damage. Crime will be receiving those damage as well. But with the blue helping them in this fight, Onyx Olympus might have this advantage.
It most definitely will get this advantage. If things keep going this way, Wings from up top, car in hand, but no line of sight. The aim is very tough with the gun. Oh, but here comes the M590 play. Suez with the response. Oh, tight little angle. Adam played that so well. Fly straight towards him so that Suez can't get the shot. And they take each other down at the very same time. What a poetic end to that.
Same time indeed. I mean, I think that was the first time that we've seen that, if not very rare, that we see them taking each other out. But instantaneously, Vamos has brought back some of their teammates, or two of their teammates, and Onyx Olympus is still waiting on them. We still have 10 teams in this battle, and we are just crossing over the 9-minute mark. Cyru has been spotted, but Raja will be missing those shots. Let's see if how well can they position themselves onto the next phase of the circle.
Falcons still no eliminations. They don't really want to make the mistake some of these other teams are making. You know, getting a booyah, then clunking out early. They want to make sure they get to the final circle, playing this really safe, really slow. And this is what I mean, right? Really perfecting that rotation, knowing when to move with the circle, knowing that you can take the damage even from outside the circle in certain instances, not really rushing in when it's not required. That has been the key factor in terms of some of these teams and their success out there.
Yeah, and there's a pattern that is being shown by the top dogs. They remain unseen until probably midway into the game because they are perfecting, as you did mention, their position. Where are they going to rotate? How much room they have in terms of moving around and not just scurrying over being spotted and being taken down.
Alan from afar, and it looks like WAG has been able to bring the full team back in here, so good enough for the time being. Rasia right outside. WAG on the revival platform. Ah, my goodness, this is going to be pretty ugly, isn't it?
It's a good thing that they're using the revival platform.
Oh, they saw him. Oh no. Okay. Oh, did he got it done?
I believe so. I believe so. But I think there's a few more missing for WAG. So let's see if that will be their saving grace. Ray has been taken down by his own, and that is how troublesome the grenade launcher is, especially if you're low in HP.
Oh, Ray just help them out, man. WAG down one man, no problem. Let me take myself out of the equation, he says. Oh man, Falcons.
What?
Yep, that's how the cookie crumbles, bro.
Well, they have been saying out in there, probably vehicles been blown up because they really love those vehicles on them. But we are down to 9 teams, and as you can see, there has been a lot of casualty in this battlefield, especially for PE Sports and Evo's Divine with solo mission or lone wolf in this gameplay.
Now Falcons have made me into a liar. That was all cap. They were not hiding. They were not rotating well. They just got That's so unfortunate, but it's okay. As this game number 2, they did decent in the first game, picking up. How many points did they pick up? 29, right? 29 points.
Yeah, 29 points.
I guess you can chill one game and then bounce back later.
Probably it's because we spotted them a little bit early. Oh, they spotted us. 0 elimination. Oh, RRQ. Oh, there's a lot of teams right now, and there's only a few, a small circle, and Don't Cry will be crying in a bit, but a lot of teams will be rushing in.
I mean, dude, the shotgun just sounds so beautiful. But now WAG up against RRQ. Duts got out. Good grenade. Duts gets clipped. 50% of his HP taken away by Krillin already. But here comes Abe with the flank on the right-hand side. The Woodpecker on for the shot. But Alan doesn't want to stay and say hello. X-Ball shut down from afar. Duts with the shot. It's the AWM in action. And RRQ forcing WAG to scramble.
They have been pushed away from this area, and it's a good potential, it's a good spot as well when everyone is around. There's a good hiding spot and still a few visible area for your snipers. Thus, they can spot Daewoo United, even PE Sports from afar, and let's see on how well they can hold their ground.
RRQ. They know what they want. Oh, okay. Wow! PE Sports! Ruining their party and they eliminate Ma'alaho. Doesn't waste any time at all. 18D is pissed, but the question is, what can he do? My goodness, PE raining on their parade, Neptune.
Missing there for Ma'al was a glue wall. If there was a glue wall right there while he waited on Dewa, he might have survived. But let's see on how well the remaining RRQ can fight against a full squad of Dewa United. Nade has been thrown, but Wings brings them down. It's Onyx Olympus from the other side of the circle.
Nero literally just stole 2 eliminations from the windmill. He's on top of the windmill. He's just waiting for players to get knocked down, and he's stealing away points. PE Sports, they've got a formula, and they are working it.
Yeah, I mean, even from yesterday, taking the high ground, taking the rooftop, that, like, these are thieves right now. These are the ones who steal all those points. Let's see how much more they can do. Onyx Olympus, 1 on the ground. Sai Ru will not be saying goodbye just yet as Core Memory slowly rush in, but stopped by the blue wall through the window. No more movement that can be done because the corner has left them to move the other way.
Through the window and the glue wall. Crime MKS. Hopping over them all. Adam spotted out already. And he goes in for that backup instantly. And CRM, Adam is just there for the player. But he can't seem to shut him down just yet. Foki finally knocked down onto the ground. Adam takes a double. And it looks like Onyx Wings does manage to turn things around. Crime MKS hops on back. Rotating around far. Onyx Olympus disabling CRM.
DRM will be memory. After this, they will be waiting for the next fight on the next lobby. Fire Esports will be taken out as well. And Vamos and Onyx Olympus are the only 2 teams that is a full squad. RRQ on the other side trying to cut them down to 3. But the distraction coming from Onyx Olympus might be the downfall of Team Vamos.
Yeah, RRQ almost got into the thick of the action with Vamos right there. Now Vamos slowly peeling away from them, focusing their efforts onto Onyx Olympus, taking damage from the blue circle as well. This is not a great idea, but RRQ now taking those spot shots up against Onyx Olympus. They try to snipe each other out of the equation, but it's just all-out chaos. Everybody going for everybody except PE Sports. PE Sports is staying very silent.
Well, they have to stay silent. There's only one player on them. But with that, everyone else has been cut down. Nero right now trying to rush in to the blue, and it worked for them. 18 tier up a loss as to which. That is a hat trick right now that has been done with the glue wall.
1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 2. Onyx Olympus with the 2. Can they walk away with the booyah? It's all dependent on 18 Deer. 18 Deer needs to ignore Nero and focus on Onyx Olympus. If that happens, this could actually put it into a 1. We won. Everybody. Nobody wants to take the first shot.
There goes the launch pod. Nero just wants to get away. But will he survive? No! 18 Deer spots him and Wings stole it.
Wings. The right shot at the right time. Wings. One more. Jun taken down. And it's now a 1v2. RRQ. 18 Deer has got the right gun, the shotgun, the M590 in hand. He's also got the LMG, just waiting for the right opportune moment. Spots the player out. Shotgun for the first pump. Crime has got less health than him. 18 Deer needs to get it done right here, right now, but he misses that window.
No one we could ask for to pull this off than the Clutch King himself. This is what would make that sure of. If he can pull it off. Crime managed to survive at 18 Deer with only a few HP, but no! Crime denies him of that clutch, and Onyx Olympus for that booyah.
And it was no crime. There was no stolen points. This was all earned by Onyx Olympus. 17 eliminations and 12 points from the booyah. Similar shades of Falcon in game number 1. This time Onyx Olympus picks up 29 points.
Onyx Olympus is part of Group B, thus it will bring them to currently 8th spot, a little bit higher. Now let's see how high can they fly in this matchup. But as we look into the final shot, this is what Wings has offered in this game. First taking out a Nero and then helping out the rest of the team, and then Crime on that 1v1. Wings really was a support, but I guess just led it to Crime to finish the deal.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I think I love the play coming through from Onyx Olympus. They had a 2v1, but they didn't play their chances at all. They just had Wings hold the long angle, allowed Crime to get the job done on his own, because worst case scenario, Wings still pulls out that AWM and gets that final shot in. Of course, it was a little bit of a risk because Crime could have gotten taken down first, and then, 18 Deer could have pulled off some sort of a miracle. The only thing here is Onyx did not know who they were going up against. I think the tactic would have been different if they knew it was the clutch kid 18 Deer on the opposite side.
Definitely. I mean, that is something that stuck in our mind every time we see 18 Deer. And given that 18 Deer has moved as well to a different squad, that would be a good potential for him to still steal the highlights. But spotlight is on Onyx Olympus right now. This is their first booyah of the competition, or off the knockout stage.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, it is so amazing to see all of these players hustle so much out there. It seems like, it's never a boring moment, right? There's just so much of action all over the map at every single point of time. And every single time you blink and you open your eyes, it's someone new walking away with that booyah. Only one team got a double booyah yesterday. That was Buriram. But that's just Buriram things, right? Today, on the other hand, I hope to see these unique booyahs coming on through, as well as many of these teams to pick it up, just so that these points can be neck and neck, just so they can kind of keep that motivation at an all-time high as we move on in to the knockout stage for the preseason as well.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, we emphasize the importance of a booyah in this format of the competition. So that this is a good chance for them to practice grabbing that already. Survivability, like getting a lot of elimination from afar. We've seen that. Even PE Sports solo mission still managed to grab a few more points from afar. But if that would be a duo or like a full squad, they could have taken that booyah because they are playing for survivability. So let's see who else will be playing and vying for that gameplay.
Yeah. Meant to say they were preparing for the playoffs, but I'm pretty sure you guys knew exactly what I was trying to say. But here's the thing, right? These teams have, they've gone out there, they've really hustled now, they've shown us what they can actually do out there on the battlefield. I am still not feeling AG Global. AG Global still has some sort of a kink they haven't figured out within their system, and they need to sort that out quick before things go south, right? AG Global, 2 games in, have only managed to pick up a total of 5 points.
And that really hurts a team. We've seen that yesterday, and actually we've seen that from Borem United. So it just so happens that AG Global is not Borem United. There's still a few more things that they need to work out from the previous competition, though. So I guess this is them to show up differently, if they can show up differently. But as we look at highlights right now, this is where all the chaos has happened. And once again, if for those of you who's just joining us, this is Alpine that we're playing on the second game. Rotation of 5 maps has been done for each day of the knockout.
Absolutely, man. And of course, we started off at Nexterra, and we just watched Alpine. In fact, you're still watching Alpine on the replay. Next map is actually going to be Bermuda and Kalahari, so that's actually going to be pretty fun, right, Neptune? First, we go into a semi-desert and then a all-out desert.
Especially with a remastered map. If you haven't played Bermuda just yet, probably you got bored because it's just the OG map that we have. It's not boring anymore. It has a different look. It has this different feel. We felt that. We've seen that yesterday. So go ahead and play that map. But as we go in, the MVP right now, it is Wings with 5 elimination, 4,509, 49 in damage, 5 assists, and he is wearing a Santino on that active class.
That's a little bit of a rare one, walking in here with the Santino, but I guess it's all about the tricks, right? It's all about trying to mask your position as you try to snipe from afar and remain the assist player of the squad / sniper as well. Has it worked out for him? Well, he's the MVP. He got the 5 assists and the 5 eliminations. So obviously, it seems to be working out really, really well for this player at this point of time. Onyx Olympus, this was a phenomenal match for this squad.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen how well they are trying different stuff. You did mention the rarity that Santino is being used, but it does match what Wings showed us in that final moment. He kept his distance. He don't want to be spotted because he is the sniper. He's a good support for those rushing in, and that is what they are doing right now. Thus, the active skill combination for all the teams depend on the play style. Just don't copy what the other teams are doing, and you might be doing, or you might be getting what Onyx Olympus has.
The most number of points Onyx Olympus picked up yesterday across 6 games was 19. In this match alone, they have picked up a total of 29 points. But nothing much has changed within their active and passive skills lineup. It's a very, very well-balanced one. And you can see that these players have all gone with character picks that really suits their own individual play style to aid them to just be a little bit more ferocious on the battlefield now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we usually see Tatsuya, usually see Skylar right there, but with Onyx Olympus, they change it a little bit. So as you did mention, apply it to their play style, and that's what gets you that booyah for Onyx Olympus.
And it most definitely is not going to be the final one, looking at the way they hustle out there. Once again, 29 points for the Indonesian squad. RRQ right behind them with a total of 22. Vamos this time showing shades of brilliance with a total of 15 points. Down towards the bottom as we skip the 3 Vietnamese teams that did manage to climb towards the top 6. We do have teams like Heavy, Falcon and CRM this time playing a little bit of a struggle alongside Dewa United.
So for the 11 and 12, that is quite surprising because Team Heavy did phenomenal from yesterday, and now they are currently in the 4th place. But I guess this is one fluke that they couldn't avoid, similar to what we've seen other teams from the top dogs do, or for the top ranks do. So they just need to learn the mistakes and carry over onto the next map. For Team Falcons, we didn't see exactly what happened for them, so let's see if they can overtake everyone else. But as we look at today's standings, they are 2nd in play after that booyah from earlier, and Onyx Olympus goes in for 3rd with that 1 booyah as well. And who's dominating? RRQ. No booyahs just yet, but 34 points.
Yeah, I think as far as Heavy is concerned, it's just their weak maps, right? We know they don't really perform all that too well on Nexterra. Alpine kind of is a little bit of a struggle for the squad as well. But when we go to Purgatory though, this is where we saw Heavy score a total of 32 points yesterday. So obviously the squad will be looking forward to that. Heavy also performed decently well at Bermuda, picking up a total of 22. So their day just hasn't started. This was a point that we were talking about when we talked about the random map that is going to come through as the lineup for the daily play day, right? So clearly it's affecting a team like Heavy.
And that's one thing with the previous format or the schedule in terms of map, they can predict of how strong they can go against a team, especially in the drop spot, in like if they want to go for early engagement. So let's see if that will be happening, because we are going for a quick break. When we return, that will be Bermuda, the OG map, followed by Kalahari, and then after that we have 2 more maps, Purgatory and a random map. So let's see as what's going to happen as we go in for a quick break. And well, there's still a lot of expectation for the team, so don't go away. A lot more will be happening in this day as the Free Fire World Series preseason's about to end.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 preseason. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. 2 matches have concluded already. We've got 4 more to go. The day has just gotten started now.
Yeah, just got it started. I mean, I was expecting it to be ending because the usual format like threw me off. You know how we usually get that game number 5 at Nexterra and then followed by random maps. So
yeah,
apologies for any of that. But that's one thing. I mean, that's a surprise. That's a curveball that's being thrown. I'm not the only one. Even the teams are feeling that. Thus, there are a few teams that we expect to be popping off that is slowing down.
Yet another phenomenal change brought in here by the team that's in the background. Just, I think they apply for annual leave for 2 weeks and then they book a hotel room and they sit down there all alone and they think of how do we make this a little bit more challenging for the players, right? Because with just a simple innovation of making the map sequence random on a daily basis, it really messes with quite a number of teams' mojo, right? For example, Team Heavy, they haven't been able to gear up at all because we have started on 2 of their weaker maps, Nexterra and Alpine, and of course teams that are quite capable of taking advantage here. Falcon and Onyx Olympus have managed to swipe the initial 2 booyahs already. But of course, as we head on into maps like Bermuda, Kalahari, and Purgatory, we do expect teams like Heavy to really pick up that pace and gain back those points that they have been lacking on so far.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting away from the predictability of the format, how everything will go in terms of map. Thus, it is working for some, but some of the teams are still struggling. So let's see if this is a map for game number 3 that they can do well, because it's an OG map. And as we can see, the top 3 on this map, when we look at everyone on the list, is PE Sports, 1 booyah with 23 points in total. Heavy, as I did mention, had no booyahs just yet, but 22 points. And Twisted Mind, who will not be playing for today, at 16 on the total points, also 0 booyahs.
Yeah, no booyahs at all. In the past, we would say no booyahs, no problem, but this time, no booyahs. Big problem, especially if you are on grand finals day, because without that booyah, you do not get crowned champion, especially when somebody else has already exceeded 80 points and they are aiming for that booyah. But if your stars are just lined up well, if you're lucky, then you can still become booyah you can still become the champion without the booyah, as long as you do have the most number of points accumulated by the time we come to the end of game number 8, which would be the final game of the day. Many things for us to look forward to on the grand finals, but of course, before we get that far, let's bring it back just a little bit. This is the kickoff for map number 3.
As we go back to the OG map, the not so green grass of Bermuda is here. The remastered map has a new look, a new feel, and let's see if the teams can feel it as well. The flight path will be coming in from Mars Electric, going into the northern part of Riverside, and the spread of the teams might not be that much because a lot of hot engagement might be happening.
And obviously they're looking for those very, very valuable points early game. This is where they can take a little bit of risk. All thanks to those revivals that have been made so easy. Now, and Dew getting a quick tag. Very cheeky Allen in for the chase. ESS in the hands of Dew can do a lot of damage. Allen needs to be careful. He does have backup there as well.
Yeah, it's a good thing that he does have backup with the Cassie, and they will be able to link themselves on that HP. Allen right now still being held on by this fence, but Chinoy brings in a little bit of damage on them, a little bit of a stoppage for them. Here comes Saifa for the jump, and Allen goes down.
Down already. Then Cyrus follows suit as well. Chinoy out of nowhere. MP40 in hand. Forcing X-Ball to run away. But the man can't get away too far just yet. X-Ball sprayed down. Final survivor Krillin. Can he get away? PE Sports right in front. This guy only has 200 coins in his pocket. AG Global on the hard. Krillin 11 HP. 4 medkits. And he doesn't make it. Cypher takes the final player out. WAG comes crashing.
We were commenting on how slow down AG Global is, but I think they heard us. They want to say otherwise. And next target might be a different team, but we'll see if they can converge in this area. AG Global using a vehicle on the rotation, 4 ready in their pocket, and trying to go in for rotation, securing the edge of that first circle. Factory right now being occupied by PE Sports, close to AG Global, and what happened earlier, but they were not phased. They will not engage, but compared to them, Team Vamos have not had or will not have that chance.
I don't know what happened to Vamos there. It's a little bit of an unfortunate exit. Vamos not really doing too good in the overall grand scheme of things. If I'm not mistaken, they are towards the bottom of the leaderboard, and a few teams from Group C, all they need to do is just get 2 more games in terms of decent points, and they will be able to catch up to the Malaysian squad, who technically has played 6 games more than them.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. I mean, Team Vamos, they did play well on the previous map, though. So let's see if they can recover once again. The up and downs, the usual, I would say the usual thing that we see from the Malaysian teams. So that's something that they need to fix, and they need to fix it quick. But for the ones taking the Booyah right now, Onyx Olympus, they don't want to go in early engagement. They just want to secure their points as well as their position to maintain it to the final circle. So let's see what we're going to expect in this battle as we are dealing with 10 teams remaining just before we hit the 4-minute mark.
It's up and down because, you know, it's inconsistency. You know, the waves go up and down. I'm sorry. Sometimes.
Don't worry. I mean, I'm rubbing off on you, so I get it.
Esports. The shots from afar. Even LBT knew he was gonna get nothing from that.
Well, at least he tried.
AG Global, though, they are gonna respond. You better unlock that bunker right now, Nero. And at the same time, Cypher arrives on the opposite side. It's an all-out battle.
All-out battle indeed. Glue Wall saving grace for them, and Cypher goes in for the flank. No damage received by Nero just yet, but LBD says otherwise. Nero goes down once again, and Lao Ho a little bit too far though. VSK on the snipe. Quick recovery for one of the players, LBT, just to save them from being eliminated.
Oh, one more shot needed. Cypher managing to jump to safety. Now it's going to be all of the green foliage giving Lao Ho a little bit of cover. Barely anything, and Lao Ho gets knocked down by Barros from afar. XM8 of all guns from a distance like that. But of course, he had already hit that revive, so team survives. So he did his part.
Yeah, I mean, instead of going away to where their players LBT will be coming in, just manage to distract everyone so that one player will be able to survive and loot up before coming out. Now, Death right now has met or almost met this death unless he will be revived, but 2 teams will be rushing in right here, Core Memory as well as Evo's Divine.
But do they remember? It's not going to be an easy fight up against EVO's Divine. Core Memory. It looks like they're going to have the field all to themselves up against EVO's, as Fire Esports makes a very, very quick exit of this compound here at Peak, leaving CRM to rotate round, looking for EVO's Divine, who are very sneakily disengaging from CRM. This is a great amount of respect being shown here by EVO's Divine, but of course, don't misjudge them. They are keeping a close watch on the players of CRM.
And Razia have their eyes on CRM right now, and that's deadly. I mean, with Razia, like spotting you from afar, you might not have any chance to get away. But it's a good thing that their position right now has a little bit of cover, and they can turn things around, or probably just wait it out in peak. So Core Memory planned this on the fly, and it is working for them. So let's see if anything can be changed with how Evo's Divine can approach this. On the other side, Team Falcons, one elimination already going against Heavy, and Peter on the chase. One shot, one elimination.
Get nice, getting all of those nice heat. I don't think it was very nice at that point in time. Falcon 3 eliminations strong. And it looks like they have cleaned up this area already. The circle is going to tease them just a little bit, but they are going to focus on the looting gameplay first. They also have a vending machine here that they do want to spend a little bit on as they hunt down another Mufasa. Mufasa tagged up. Peter from up top, spotting him out as well. 3 players on the hunt, and it will be Limit with the final flick. 4 eliminations strong Falcons are.
Yeah, Limit is just showing off right now. That is from afar, where the rest of the team are just chasing him, and that's them. That's him stealing from the rest of the teammates. 10 teams remaining. Heavies left with 1 player, and PE Sports with 2. And we don't see that much in terms of how slow the gameplay is against Evos, or for Evo's Divine, but it seems like they have learned a little bit of lesson from previous map, as well as they are slowing things down. They don't want to risk it that much.
2 eliminations is not a lot to work around with, so Evo's Divine is kind of like praying CRM just falls very neatly into their hands here at peak. 8 minutes deep into this matchup. Circle is moving in on them already, so we will be able to see a bit of movement once we determine exactly where the next circle drags us. Barros tagged up, 8 in the air. What a beautiful rotation around the tower, trying to find some feet from that low angle. Spots out Chinoy. Chinoy not looking at him just yet, but I don't know if he's got the right gun to engage from such a distance. And Barros and Cypher going in for the push now. Here comes the M590 play. Maal and team. Time Turner pulled down in the nick of time, and Barros baiting Maal in straight towards his team members.
2v3 situation being turned around by RRQ, but 2 of them goes down as well. 18 deer for the execution, and AG Global will be meeting their demise. RRQ managed to survive with 3 players strong. 7 elimination in this game. A little bit too early to say goodbye for a Bay. There's good chance to be recovered, but they need to go to a different position.
Yeah, smooth response from RRQ. Unfortunate with the timing on the time turner. I don't think the AG Global player even used it for a second. I think it was just to block off the initial shot. Could have been an accidental press as well, as all he did was scramble away, baiting Maal in. And obviously Maal... Oh my lord! Not standing on ceremony. Took that shot the moment he went on in there. But what a shot, man. Just spotting those feet under the car.
That's one thing. I mean, Dutz was in there silent as he went in for that launch pad, but Mufasa is quite noisy with a vehicle. But the noise is still continuing on. Onyx Olympus going against Daewoo United. One of them has gone down already, and here comes Ecali North, bringing them to south in this gameplay. I love how we can see all the action right now from afar. Now let's see if they can bring in those action and see right through the enemy's gameplay.
Onyx Olympus on the hunt to protect their compound and rip away some lives. Their brothers Daewoo United knocking on their doors. They don't really know exactly who's behind there, who's gonna answer, but they want those points. They want that location. Crime whips out the grenade launcher. Nothing finding those connections just yet, though. Onyx Olympus needs to slow this down a little bit. They cannot afford to waste their ammunition.
Yeah, no wasting indeed, but they can just run around to distract them if in case they can find a way. But North goes down already. Adam goes in for a push, going solo outside of the compound, and the finisher coming from Crime. That would be 4 elimination secured for Onyx Olympus. They are fired up right now, especially after that booyah.
It's the grenade launcher stuff, man. Triple on the pop. You gotta love it. Area of damage. It's truly the king. Ma'al spotting out 2 players at the same time. Get nice alongside lag. Mufasa backing away. 18DA on that backup as well. RRQ just gonna try to mow him down. Mufasa pulls out the vehicle, but a solid glue wall by Duds stops it dead in its tracks. Get nice has got Duds' back here, but here comes the backup from Abe as well. Hunt sprayed down to the ground. Heavy really stands no chance against this monstrous team of RRQ.
Oh, that was a failed execution coming from Heavy. The vehicle is a distraction while waiting for the rest of the team to rush in, but RRQ is just too strong in their offense in that fight. Now, Evo's Divine, who has been slowed down in their movement, now is in engagement. Let's see if they can survive as 2 teams, make that 3 teams in this specific compound. Peak has been held by Evo's Divine for the longest time, but have they memorized all the rotation they can go? I guess they do, because Don't Cry was surprised.
Surprised indeed. PE spots out already. Evo's Divine and CRM both ganging up on PE. Fire Esports dropping by to see if they can get a little bit of revenge for their Vietnamese brothers. But the circle is going to torture everyone if they don't start moving. 10 more seconds to go before the blue starts the hunt.
It seems like Core Memory are the ones who might be taking the lead. They have one drop waiting for them in the middle if they opted to do so, and probably gatekeep the rest of the team who will be rushing in. Dynaclars has been used, only spotting 2 of the players. Now, let's see if the rotation for Evo's Divine will not be cut off by any of the teams already in front.
This is a very risky play coming through from Hua. But at the same time, getting in there too early could be double the risk. They waste too much of time, and as anticipated, the risk was just too much. Why Esports though? ABCD with a double on the revival, and here comes Ape God and squad. Evo's Divine wanted to go in there for the rush onto CRM, but all of those ice grenades is stopping them dead in their tracks as they try to rotate away. Hua Esports beats them, but thankfully it's just 2 players on the side of Hua, but ABCD finds Ray, puts him on the ground. Evo's Divine now, they don't know what to do. They're scrambling outside the circle.
Yeah, they have one falling from this fight, thus prompting them to pull away, because it's getting crowded as well in that area. They need to make that distance to give way for Razia to get on the Snipes, and Snipes he's doing right now, but on their side is Team Falcons, but on fire! Only a few HP managed to survive, leaving Evo's Divine with only 2 players after that takedown.
That's how you snipe, baby. The confidence, the clarity, the aim for the head, and the fantastic pop. Look at Razia rushing on in, finding a player. Hasn't spotted one just yet. Finally backing up towards that glue wall alongside his buddy. Hua Esports out of the equation. RRQ in an all-man fight, and Evo's Divine. They just eat everything Falcon throws at them.
And that was a Nate thrown, taking down Evo's Divine. Now 4v4. RRQ, Team Falcons. Seems like from the past we've seen this before. The only question is, will history be changed? Kadoro right now trying to pull them in for a good view as well as good high spot on the ridge. Nades being thrown, Melters being thrown, but no one is going down just yet. A 1-3 split for Team Falcons might be beneficial for them, but the 3-1 split is so aggressive for RRQ.
This is the fight for that top spot between the teams that are currently in the top spot. RRQ in that number 1. Falcon right behind them with the 32 points. And it looks like RRQ might just be able to sustain this. Falcons, they do have more numbers though. The pickup not coming through for the Indonesians. And Kororo putting an end to their hopes. That's the final player. Denied the opportunity for a comeback, and Falcons secures yet another booyah.
Who says Falcons will be sleeping for today? They will show us what they have to offer in this game, quite differently from other teams that we've seen yesterday. Team Falcons still maintaining it. Double booyah on the early part of this day, first half of the day, and I guess they're just showing us how it's done. Hopefully the other teams are taking notes.
Limit flexing his MVP title. Yeah, we understand why you got bought over by Falcons, man. I mean, legendary sniper for sure out of Southeast Asia in the world of Free Fire. He is feared But this was how Falcons snuck away those 2 points. Unfortunate. RRQ, they weren't going to complain because they obviously had a little bit of an issue with that engagement initially, and Falcons kind of just chipped on in towards the very end. But when push came to shove, they wanted that booyah. They did not want to wait for Falcons to take the fight to them. RRQ came for blood.
Yeah, I mean, it's just showing the difference in terms of movement as well as rotation between these two teams. Earlier, it was 3 teams or 3 players from RQ rushing and a backup from the snipers. From the side of Team Falcons, that was a 1-3 split, but they are like going in a tactical retreat. So that just has been an advantage for Team Falcons because of the ridge that they have. They have a clear view of their heads on the far end, and they can hit them one at a time. Team Falcons for yet another booyah in this day, not slowing down.
Not slowing down at all. And the roster has gotten tougher, and the tougher roster is here to roast the competition as they continue to climb up all the way to the top. 29 points in game 1, 23 points in game number 3. 2 booyahs for the day, and we are just at the halfway point after 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time, Team Falcons are not showing up. At this level of knockout stage, they will not be showing up. But I guess they understand the risk. They also want to practice more on how aggressive they can get with the new roster that they have. So Limit is really providing to be a great addition to this team. Long range engagement, a good information gameplay that has been brought in. Thus, Team Falcons has grabbed that 2 booyah. So let's see if that continue on, because they did have a few falling in this day, and that is, I guess, that's one thing that they're trying to recover. Once they fall, they get that booyah.
I mean, big IQ plays coming through from Falcons, right? And obviously they had the capability as well in terms of the gunfights. The pressure was initially there through all of those grenades, and it was RRQ that went in there for the rush. So Falcons kind of saw that coming, and all they needed to do was play that counter response. The glue wall work was just phenomenal from the side of Falcons. The way they dance around it, the movements is absolutely unreal coming from them, right? And obviously RRQ really wanted a piece of them. I guess they didn't really have much time there as well. It was those split-second decision kind of thing. Do we wait or do we go for their heads? The decision was made. It was not the best one perhaps in that situation, but you're always going to have some losers, and you're always going to have those winners there as well. RRQ had to be the loser this time. It would not necessarily be exactly like that all the way to the end of the competition, right? This is consistency from both these teams from today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just those quick decisions, as you did mention. And looking back in that final moment, I mean, Keroro has been a distraction. Now, if you were a team, put yourself in the shoes of RRQ. Who will you be targeting? The one going solo or a clump of players of 3? So I guess they went in for Keroro. Distraction has been in there, and we will see that later on as we look in the highlight. But again, smart move from Team Falcons. A fail decision for the final moment for RRQ, but can't take it away from them. They did well, 2nd place from that map, and a lot of points as well.
Did you see that flying shot from Peter? I mean,
yes, sir.
These guys, just insane stuff coming on through. You gotta love the highlight reels for that very fact. And of course, the battle between AG and RRQ didn't go well for AG Global. RRQ ate them up alive. And then this was that phenomenal shot onto Mufasa as well. I mean, RRQ was just getting highlight after highlight after highlight.
Yeah, it's because they know how to choose their engagement. It's just, again, it was unfortunate for that final moment, but everything else I think has been quite well, especially this engagement against Heavy. That was a distraction with a vehicle, but RRQ pulled away as the 3 players from Heavy is just rushing in, building that blue wall maze, and then capitalizing on those confusion.
Yeah, and of course, by the time RRQ went towards the final parts of the circle, they just had to come across a monster in the name of Falcons. And no matter how good you are not gonna very easily get past the champions of the Esports World Cup. The EWC champs didn't get there by luck. They absolutely demolished the competition. And this is a team that's capable of so much more with this man, the MVP, Limit X7 now on their side.
For elimination, 1,874 in damage and 3 assists. So that's 2 new players already from Team Falcons that's taken the MVP right here, which is which tells you that Team Falcons will soar a different high. Now, Skylar right here, as well as Arvin, especially one thing that they can use when you're a sniper from afar. You can also use that Maro, Susie for a little bit of coins, and that Moko that will help you spot out more. Good combination. In a bit, we're going to see how it is with the rest of the team, but our MVP, Limit X7, showing up.
Yeah, I mean, as the sniper, this is a fantastic build with the Riptide Rhythm especially as well, right? And like you said, that Moko with the capability to mark the rest of the opponents so that the rest of his fighters can go in there for the very stealthy elimination mission. Kororo, Peter, and On Fire as well on for the setup. Now, we have seen quite a number of players kind of walk in with the Nikita. Things have not really been very different here as well in here today. But Nairi walking back in, those Ice Irons, I at one point thought after the nerf they were going to stop being used, but it looks like they're still having this guy come through with those buffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's still helping them. The Joseph has been spanned as well. So let's see if they can continue on and using probably the same, or probably if they can risk on using different characters as well. Again, preseason, there might be some prizes at stake, but there is a good chance that they can play around with some of the winning condition based on what is new for 2025.
And clearly, you know, the player acquired is one worthy of praise because he's your MVP, right? Outdoing the rest of the players on the roster. And you know the rest of the players on the roster, they are no chumps. These are highly skilled Free Fire pros out there on the battlefield. And Falcons obviously just making that dominance so much more a reality. But RRQ seems to have outshined Falcons in the grand scheme of things. 18 eliminations to steal that #1 spot away for a total of 27.
Oh, with this, I guess they have overtaken Team Falcons to the race to the top 12. Let's see on how well they can maintain this. And again, it's consistency that we are asking for the team, but Team Falcons is showing that they can pull off 2 booyahs in a day. The only question is, can they make it 3? Beating the record that has been set by BRU yesterday. There's no doubt that they can do so. The only question is, who's going to stop them?
Yeah, and just with 3 games, RRQ and Falcon has already performed better than Expand after 6 games. So obviously they are on a good roll for the time being, and obviously Falcons having the better end of the stick here with 2 booyahs to their name as well. But very impressive for RRQ to hold on to the #1 spot without a single booyah to their name. But as we mentioned earlier on, the OG maps are making a comeback towards the ending part of our competition here of day #2 in preseason. Kalahari, Purgatory, and the random map to close the day off.
Well, let's see on what Kalahari will bring. Again, this is a sniper's nest wherein Team Falcons can capitalize on Limit X7's skills on that snipe, but there's a lot of things that we might see as well from those who haven't performed just yet. But speaking of non-performance, AG Global right here at the bottom, quite surprising to see them not really putting up so much, but there's still room for them to move up. As we look at the overall standings, Evo's Divine continue on in this battle on that #1 spot, similar to what we've seen yesterday, but not so much challenge will be bought into them other than Onyx Olympus, who grabbed that booyah already and who might be able to move up.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, there's no surprise that you're going to see Heavy Onyx Olympus and Evo's Divine keep those top 3 spots for the time being, at least, because they have got 9 games played it is impressive that Twisted Minds is still hanging somewhere around the top with just 6 games played, and the rest of the teams are still trying their best to catch up with them towards the bottom. Like I mentioned, Expand, the only team that played 6 games already, that is currently towards the bottom here in the 14th rank. Falcons and RRQ Castle, just with 3 games, have managed to overtake them. And obviously, Vamos and Toda are not too far away.
Not too far away. Let's see on what they can do once they played. But again, a lot of mix-up, a lot of shuffle might be happening on their overall standings, because once we get into that game number 6, there's a huge leap that can be done by the team, especially if they can do what Onyx has done in that previous match. A lot of elimination. If you double that, that will a huge jump in terms of placement.
I want to see a 30 elimination game, Neptune, in game 6.
30 elimination game or 30 points?
30 elimination game plus a booyah. Show me one. Just one game that will be able to top what some teams get within a whole day full of Free Fire hard work. I think that's a possibility. We just need the right team at the right time at the right amount of momentum to bring out such magic, man.
And right amount of patience to not eliminate an entire squad. Because if we can do so, that's something that we've talked about when the revival has been introduced. That's that you can farm on those teams that keep reviving their teammates, but you just don't know how many of them are left, because they don't see exactly who they are against. So that's just one of the winning condition, possibly, to be able to reach that. But correct me if I'm wrong, the highest elimination or the highest points that we have for a day was it 50 as a record, or is it 35 on any given match?
Are you talking about this competition or all the
all
rest
through,
of the competition?
all the rest.
I think the highest one we've ever seen was 39 points.
39. Yeah, possible.
It's not so fancy, not so crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so maybe we can see that as well. The top 3 from Kalahari, perhaps. Vamos, EVOS Divine, and Buriram United Esports. Buriram not playing today. Vamos and EVOS, they most definitely are. Currently, EVOS sitting down in the number 1 spot without a single booyah. Maybe this game could be their booyah.
Let's see if they can grab that booyah. Again, they are playing it well in terms of numbers, but not so much in terms of the winning condition, and we cannot emphasize it enough. Though they're not in that level just yet, but why not practice? Why not try it this time, a little bit early into the competition, to grab multiple booyahs in a day?
Of course, we are very, very hard on these players because we expect the very best from them. But we do also have to acknowledge at the end of the day that this is the Southeast Asian level. This is the 18 best teams in the whole of Southeast Asia as far as Free Fire is concerned. And it's not easy dominating. Speaking of which, let's hop on over to Kalahari and see this action. Roger.
And here we go, cutting the map from left to right, the maze to Santa Catarina. Kalahari will be the sniper's nest, and let's see who will be slaying to get most of the elimination at this point. RRQ right now giving away that refinery usual drop that they have as they spread around, but one will still be taking point. Just make sure that they can make their rotation work, as the rest of the teams are just going in. And the early engagement coming from PE Sports and EVOS, I guess EVOS will not want to get that booyah if in case they fail.
Yeah, PE Sports now. Oh, beautiful glue wall pulled out by Don't Cry. In the nick of time to save LBT. And the backup from afar will drop Ray to the ground. Abax trying to hold on to his own position, and he does phenomenally well. Drops Don't Cry. No backup for Don't Cry. Nero trying to go in here for the flank. 100 coins in the hands of Abax. He cannot go for the revival. Aim God, on the other hand, has managed to get far away enough. But do they have a sniper? It looks like they don't. But CRM on the opposite side of the battlefield has been taken out.
Taken out by Dewa United. 4 eliminations already on Stone Ridge. And let's see what more Dewa can bring in. But earlier, I think Xbor has a good sight on the final player of EVOs, but I don't think there's any elimination just yet because PE Sports has joined the mix in this battle. So PE Sports was the early engagement, or did have the early engagement against EVOs Divine, and then WAG is just adding their into the mix the tenacity that they can bring. But will they be that aggressive because Xbor might not be asking for backup just yet?
Is that going to be a mistake by Mr. Xbor? Oh, good pop, and what a play with the time turner. Xbor gets the job done. And now, it's going to be SK as well. First shot, second shot misses. Lao Ho shows his head. Oh, but doesn't manage to get the job done just yet. Allen, on the other hand, goes in for the follow-up. And Krillin with the flank. WAG is owning the sub right now.
Dude, I love how they like box out the players, and WAG managed to get those points. Onyx Olympus right now going in to the battle. They heard the gunshots, but PE Sports will be their target. LBT spotted and will be damaged, but I don't think there's any way out for LBT. Needs to back away, but will be taken down by Adam, but no help will be coming in for PE Sports. Onyx Olympus grabbing their first elimination.
We did see another play from PE Sports. Don't Cry, if I'm not mistaken. There you go, Don't Cry. Splitting off and trying to get away, but it looks like Onyx always had their eyes on. Spots him too easily. BSK gets the first shot in. Trogon in the hands of Don't Cry, though, could do a lot of damage. And Wiggs with a good solid glue wall waits for that backup. Don't Cry has to cry.
Yeah, he has to cry. I mean, being bullied by 3 players, you can't help but cry. But as we go in onto the other part of the map, Heavy right now receiving heavy damage. Dewa United, they are on fire after that engagement earlier. They want to take down another team, and if Lag goes down once he gets into the ground, that would be 8 points for Dewa. But Stone Ridge, they will be coming back. And I don't think they will be coming back in this area. And PE Sports also drop in here. So that will be a battle of the Revive teammates or Revive players in this map.
That's a pretty funny story as to how Lag came up with his name. So he used to have some pretty bad internet connection, and he was always lagging in his games, and he was so apologetic to his team members that he just changed his name to Lag so that they understand, you know, whenever he's stuttering around. I just made that up. Don't trust me.
I mean, at least you owned it. At least you owned it. I mean, you're not hampered by any challenges. You own your challenge, and let's see. Probably that's something that he can live up to. I'm not Lag anymore, so you can change his name to No Lag.
Sure, some viewers are like, wait, what?
Where did you get that story?
They totally fell for it. But Lag didn't lag well. He brought Mufasa in. And 590 in hand. Grenade in the hands of Cypher. He's cooking it up, but just gets sprayed down by Maal. Trogon to the head. RRQ on a spree, but just 3 eliminations. They are heating up. Maybe a little bit too early. We'll have to wait and see what their fate is like.
We keep seeing some of the teams just ganging up on 1 player, if not 2. So let's see if that would be meta in this competition. Team Vamos right now will be rushed in by Team Falcons. They split in 2-2, wherein 3 players are rushed, taking them down one at a time. And there we have it. Team Falcons grab the 3rd, and Raja will need to get away. Oh! No! Unable to do so as Limit X7 brings him down.
Oh, what a shot by Limit. Now Axel with a double revival. He's going to go down, but the job has been done by Axel already. to keep the team alive. So well played by the boy. 11 teams still in here. And all thanks to Axel, his squad, one of them.
See if they can maintain that. AG is not doing well. Spread out a little too thin. Zoo has gone down already. Chinoy out from the blue as ABCD is just hunting them. But the water might be the loss of him. But no, the help from the other side will save ABCD. And not so much of heal for Chinoy. That's AG Global loses yet another player.
Not good for business, this is. Heavy on that full revival. Take Laho out of the equation, but Laho's very irritatingly hiding his feet from being shot. So he's just gonna have to bleed out. You hate it when that happens, right? You know the guy's gonna bleed out. And he's still trying to avoid you from getting the point. Like, wait, my friend is nearby. He told me he'll be here in a second. He's not coming!
And you're in an awkward position to be picked up. So I don't think that worked. Well, at least,
yeah, he's definitely not coming.
Fighting spirit overall. Don't cry, who cried earlier will not be crying just yet because he will be bringing down hands and that Trogon will work this time. Unfortunately for him, Max 7 from Get Nice will not be that nice, and Lag goes in for the backup as LBT goes for the jump. As he saves them, and let's see on what else can they bring in against Heavy.
Yeah, very nice play by Heavy here. The team play, Mufasa, that Cassie, that electrotherapy, the timing was just phenomenal. Now Get Nice will have his health topped right back up. No shots being taken by PE Sports because PE Sports just got eliminated as a couple of other squads dropped by to say hello.
Yeah, say hello, and they are just not saying goodbye just yet. Evo's Divine on the sub together with Onyx Olympus, and if I was Heavy, I'll just wait for them to engage each other. But with how the sub is like set up, they don't have that much open area to spot them from afar. Thus, a little bit of pressure to flush them in to the visual of Team Heavy. So 4 eliminations on this side just yet. The binoculars will be used to spot out exactly how many players can they take down.
Let's see the situation here as it gets a little bit more tense. Too many teams kind of gathering up here at the sub. It's a tiny compound. It cannot hold 3 squads. And yet it does.
I mean, we're talking about Kalahari, so there's a lot of open area. But one thing is for sure, this waiting game will hold on. It will, like, they will capitalize on the time, especially as they are not being taken by the blue, because there's not so much of hiding spot, as you did mention, a small area in a small space that can be used as a compound. And with Onyx hiding out like rats like this, I mean, you just have to wait for them to get out.
Did you know if you catch a rat, you have to put it at least 5 to 7 kilometers away from your house? If not, the rat can still find its way back.
If it's alive.
What? Obviously, that turned dark so fast. Yeah,
I mean,
obviously. Never mind. We're not even going to go there, man. WAG, 2 players taken down by the squad already. They're looking for rats out there.
I was just thinking, I mean, they might have a revive system on them. Anyways,
don't know where they're going to get the coins, though.
You don't know. They can scurry out through the walls and get those coins. But anyways, getting inside WAG, smart move to take the highest ground, the highest area that they can take. And let's see if Xbor can reach that as well, because he's the most important player to be there on as a sniper for the team.
So I understand that someone has actually bought the sub over and it's currently being renovated to become the party sub. But unfortunately, a few of these people have gotten the invitation date wrong. The renovation is not completed, and yet they're here for the party. I think we're gonna have a riot shortly, Neptune.
Let's see on how can they that break down the sub even more. Evo Divine has run or slowly running impatient. I thought they will be getting into the sub, but got back into where they are. AG Global diving in straight onto them, and let's see if they can fight through AG team.
AG hasn't been the strongest squad of the day. Dew making one mistake, but manages to rebel rush away from trouble, and Aim God finds his head with the AK. Chinoy now, Riptide Rhythm going to be breaking down his defenses. Chinoy very low on that HP, and Chinoy will get caught out by Russia as well. Aim God, Ray, Russia, all going in for Sci-Fi, and they say goodbye to AG Global.
And AG Global, I mean, a little bit reckless when seeing two of their players like going down because of the engagement, and they might have known as well that a lot of teams have their sights on them. They could have backed away, but I guess they just want to try and be aggressive at this point. So let's see if that will work for the next map, as Xbor have the sights on Evo's Divine. Finally, they got close, and Aim God will be shot, but not so much of a takedown happening.
Xbor just getting irritated that the opponent is not standing in one spot. Making his headshots really difficult. Scrambling for a couple of bullets to be sent his way. Only gets one registered. Not enough for a knockdown. So WAG not really doing much with this high ground advantage. But at least they get the information of all the movements across this compound now, encircled by the blue.
And soon enough, I mean, they will be showing up away from this area and out of the hiding. Now, Team Falcon 6 eliminations already, also spotting Evo's Divine. They might beat WAG getting all those eliminations, but eyes are on them as well. That is the trouble for when you have a high ground. Everyone always look up. Everyone always try and see if anyone would be sniping you, especially in this map of Kalahari. And that's what Team Falcon's is doing, expecting that they need to keep their heads low, not to be spotted by WAG.
Keeping their heads low is for sure one of the things they're doing, especially if someone's got a keyboard on the other end, man. You want to keep your head low, else you're just gonna be able to give away your position to the opponents way too early. Falcons up against Evo's Divine shortly. If the stars align, Hua up against Vamos. Jun circling around, Groza in hand. Decent weapon. A124 tags him up first. And that's courtesy of Evo's Divine.
Well, they are running impatient right now. Evo's Divine has held this ground. Let's see if Team Falcons can break them down. Team Vamos, though, are the ones waiting for this engagement to die down and capitalize on the damage. Now, Evo's Divine runs away, and it has been a slow battle, in spite of them very, very close to each other.
Falcons in a lot of trouble here. Vamos just waiting for that opening. They see their backs. They're waiting for that circle, but Vamos needs to watch their backs as well. Oh, such a sticky situation here, man. Ah, there you go. Vamos not watching their backs, and Fire Esports taking advantage instantaneously. Falcon, on the other hand, finally going in for the push. Here they come as they go in for the shutdown. Evo's Divine being ripped apart.
That grenade launcher coming from On Fire is becoming useful. Ray right now trying to get away with a few HP remaining. Still hides out of the container, but the combination of two from Team Falcons takes him down. A triple for Peter as well as for On Fire, making it 9 in total for Team Falcons. The next target would be Dewa, and Evos will be eliminated in this fight. Down to 7 we go, and even RRQ has been taken down.
Oh no, Mufasa caught outside the circle, and he's done so well up against Onyx. But unfortunately for him, the final bullet comes on through, and Heavy eliminated Onyx. Olympus 8 eliminations up, make that 9 as Vamos gets taken out in the 5th spot. Adam and Wings hanging on for their dear lives.
Now, we have 3 remaining on this game. WAG, Onyx, and Hoa Esports. We're in WAG and Hoa, teams from Vietnam. It's a full squad, and struggling to move around is Onyx Olympus. But they started the battle against each other, and this is something that Onyx Olympus can take advantage of.
Yeah, Wow versus WAG. Both from Vietnam. Onyx Olympus just keeping quiet as much as possible. But Adam, one false move. Unfortunate for him, making that wrong call, and they get burned down to the ground. WAG now hearing those shots being taken. Move on in for the advantage. And ABCD sprayed down to the ground. Cyrus looking for one, but the base of Blue Wall pulls him back, and death with a headshot, putting Export down to the ground. Cyrus comes flying in. They've got that backup. The electrotherapy on the work. Death tagged up, but the circle, the blue just causing chaos.
It has caused chaos, and it will move in a bit. Now let's see if Wings will be able to survive. And no, he doesn't. The Zom takes him out, and Hua will be left with one. There goes the scramble, and WAG for that booyah. Another 4-man booyah in this day.
WAG getting the job done when they need to get the job done. Phenomenal effort. Not the first day in play. Yesterday, they had a booyah to their name as well. Today, they make sure they sneak one away and put their name in the running for the championship. They want to make sure everybody remembers Vietnam is still here. Vietnam is still in the run.
And that will catapult them up into the leaderboards. 2 booyah on the board for WAG as we look at the final battle, the final engagement. And just unfortunate for Onyx Olympus, they probably has been spotted as the blue will be moving in, or they try to anticipate where blue will be coming in, but they were a little too close, and WAG was just so tenacious and ready, even preparing that one struck just in case a maze of blue wall will be set up, but they just went into the fight.
Oh yeah, and of course, as they hopped on in there for the battle of their lives, it was just all out chaos, because by this time the circle had already kind of squeezed everyone in, and on top of that it started moving, so everybody, they were just scrambling to remain in the center point of the circle. It was WAG who was in a position where they were free from gunfights, as well as with vision as to where the circle was moving to, able to maneuver around, put themselves in the best spot to bring the game to an end in their favor. I mean, well deserved. The effort obviously was seen all throughout that game.
Yeah, definitely in WAG. Imagine that that's third team to grab 2 booyahs in this knockout stage. Though they did take 2 days before they do so, but I would be happy, more happier if they can do 2 for today. That can like fix them to get into the point rush, because they will be in there on the top spot, and it's difficult if you get so much points, especially with 2 booyahs.
You are absolutely right. I keep forgetting how limited the opportunities are for all of the teams. You literally have 2 play days in the knockout stage. 2 play days. You only get to face off against each group 1 time. And WAG, they are on their final run in here, right? Now, if they falter within the next 2 games, it is obviously going to hurt them a lot. But based on where they are right now on the overall leaderboard, you clearly know, Neptune, the chance for them being in that point rush is really, really high. They just need to make sure they don't mess up no matter what for the upcoming matches.
Yeah, I mean, all I have to do is just keep the gap between those in the top like really, really close, and if not, like overtake them. There's huge potential for them. Did mention that they are one of the teams that they grabbed that booyah from yesterday, and even doing so, they have a decent amount of elimination for today. 10 from Nexterra, the first map, and 7 from Alpine, and unfortunate for them, they have been taken down from Bermuda a little bit too early, but they took it back in that Kalahari map.
They most definitely did, man. I mean, in Bermuda, WAG clocked nothing. They had no eliminations, no placement points. So that would have been a bitter pill to swallow. But it seems like it did give them enough motivation to bring in a balanced amount of aggression and maneuvering to find that final circle and, of course, walk away with the booyah. And it was mostly granted through this super high ground positioning that they held on to for the longest of time.
Yeah, I mean, even if they spotted, nothing can do anything about it. They have been spotted by Team Falcons. No one can even spot them, can even snipe them. And they were just sitting pretty right there, waiting for the perfect opportunity to jump down, use all those hook gun to be able to safely run each of the teams down. And Fire Esports is one final team that they met in this battle, thus with the elimination, make that 12 elimination from them, tying it up with that 12 points for the booyah, makes it 24, but 2 of which has been taken by Allen. 2 eliminations with 29, 76 on the damage, and 5 assists.
Yeah, and of course you do have your Tatsuya as the active skill being ran here, as well as the Nairi Shani on the backup. You've got Joseph there as well to make sure he doesn't get disabled and he can focus on the job that he came here to get done, and he most definitely did that to perfection to pick up this MVP title for his squad, as well as the pride of just running the WAG badge on his chest, man. You know, this player, this team has been out here grinding for so long. They have finally come to that era where they can really flex their skills.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, after the rise of PE Sports, this is one of the teams that rose above them, and it's still doing so. They are still showing up, and I love how WAG is doing it right now. Again, we are waiting, challenging even the teams from Vietnam to grab a championship. Hopefully they can do so. But before we go there, let's give props to Alan, Krillin, X4, and Cyrus in grabbing that booyah. In terms of a combination for their characters, not so much of change from the other players, the other teams that we've seen in that booyah team stats.
Yeah, that's most definitely true. And obviously, you know, if you guys are trying to figure out exactly how you can walk in with a set of unique active skills and still dominate the battlefield, I'm sure all of these pro teams are giving you guys a perfect masterclass as to what these combinations should be, right? You can see what their snipers, what their grenadiers, what their support players are dragging on in, and it seems to be working like a charm for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, if we break it down on how that worked, they can definitely prepare a gameplay with those active skill. But as we go into game standing, 24 points is calculated with 12 and 12 on elimination, as well as that booyah points makes that the number 1. Following them is Fire Esports with 20, Onyx Olympus with 18 after grabbing the booyah from the earlier map, and Team Falcons on 16. Though they have an element of surprise, they were taken down a little bit too early and not grabbing a higher placement point. Dago United aggressive in this map, starting it off with one eliminated team, and then they still carry on, but 6 on the placement following Team Falcons in that battle.
AG Global is still pretty hurt in terms of performance. They haven't found that recovery at all in these 4 games. They have not found their rhythm, and if this continues, it is going to be quite a challenging day. Or they could just do what Thai teams do, bring that bounce right back into the play and just score that 3-pointer to win the day, right? It is a opportunity for AG Global to do that, but recovery first needs to be made on Purgatory. They need to score a booyah and decent amount of points, and then do the exact same, just like Buriram did yesterday, to score big on that 6th double elimination point round.
That was quite a challenge, really, to bring in what Buriram United has done. Yes, we've seen Buriram United does that not just this time, but even from the other competition that we've seen them play. They just know how to bring it on, calculate how much point that they have so they can stay afloat on the top of the leaderboard. So hopefully that will be learned by the other teams as well. And it's not just that. It's not just the result. It's not just the numbers they can put in. The road to getting that number, planning, like everything else, that is tough. Well, tough to follow. Borem United too.
Yes, for sure it's tough to follow. I mean, as a matter of fact, it's tough to follow even what your coach says sometimes, let alone follow exactly what your opponents are doing out there on the battlefield. But obviously, if you want to find some victory, and if you're struggling with your own tactics, a little bit of a copying from your opponents who are very successful wouldn't really hurt the strategist list, right? But of course, we are going to be taking a quick short break. When we do come back, it's going to be Purgatory as well as a random map. And like we mentioned already, when we come to that random map, map number 6, elimination points are doubled. So if you are struggling in the day, you can still jump back into play with a phenomenal game number 6. But of course, that's it for Mustachio and Neptune for now. A 3-minute break and we'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 preseason knockout stage, day number 2. Battle Royale is the game, is the mode, and we have seen 4 matches already concluded in this day. We are up to our last 2, where the final match will bring them double elimination points that can catapult them up on the leaderboard. On the caster says, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the Mustachio AJ.
And it is going to be Purgatory, where we hop on into next, and game number 6 is absolutely random, just like the sequence of maps that we have played through thus far already. It's going to be exactly like that for all of the play days. The random map sequence is going to be something that continues. It's going to continuously throw off the players. It's going to continuously throw us off our rhythm as well, because we just don't know what to expect from the day, right? But data doesn't lie. Over time, we should be able to tell exactly who performs on which map. But obviously, within such a short span of time, yes, it's a very short span of time, right? Because we only have 5 days for Battle Royale here in the preseason. We do have 7 days in total, but the final 2 days is for Clash Squad. The top 8 teams from BR will move on to Clash Squad later to continue playing for the rest of the $50,000 that we've got on the line.
Yeah, and as AJ mentioned, looking at a schedule, that will be game number 5. Purgatory will be next, but if we look at the Booyahs that has been taken by the team, a couple has been grabbed by Team Falcons already. Second game, Onyx Olympus managed to dominate, and WAG with the great performance in terms of their position that managed to secure that Booyah as well. Now, let's see if the teams can change the pace of the game, especially for those at bottom, similar to what we've seen yesterday in Borem United. 2 maps can, within 2 maps, you can catapult yourself up if you can do it well.
Yeah, no doubt at all. If you can remain centered, you should be able to blast yourself all the way up to the top. 34 eliminations, 85 points, and 1 Booyah. That's what Buriram has scored on Purgatory after playing it twice yesterday. That's why those points were so high. And obviously, Purgatory was also our map number 6, which is why the points are phenomenally high, although it was just played for 1 day. And that's exactly what the double elimination point factor can bring in on game number 6.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, looking at the numbers, it seems like it's high, like even higher than Heavy. But Heavy performed from the first instance, and Borem United didn't so much in the first time that they jumped into Purgatory. So that is pretty much more on the final match. And this is just an example of what to expect. A preview of how things has been changed up, has been shaken up in terms of grabbing that spot, grabbing those points, and even grabbing the champion for the tournament.
Absolutely, and of course, we cannot wait to see who will lift the trophy as well as be able to call themselves champion of the preseason here in Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Spring. The opportunity to gloat will most definitely be there before we go into the official season of play. But of course, this is going to be the hop into match at Purgatory. This is game number 5, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We will see you on the map.
And here we go. Neither heaven or hell can save them from being saved if they are unwilling. But as we look at the flight path right now from the north to the south, the team are spreading out. And let's see if there will be a potential early engagement in this battle. It has been happening for the past 4 games, and that would be the loss for those in the bottom of our leaderboard.
And it looks like no super hot drops for most of these teams out there. It's going to be a quiet Purgatory. Oh, come on. I was just about to say quiet, man.
Well, I don't think Heavy would want to be quiet right now. They might be in a comfortable spot, but they want to secure their place on the next stage. And Team Heavy is part of Group B, so they really want to grab and farm those points. And they are going against AG Global, who's not doing quite well. But Daewoo United, surprise, surprise, taking out the top dogs.
I don't know how they shut down Falcons so quickly. We didn't even see anything. We were barely 1 minute into the game.
I mean, I don't know what the plan is for Team Falcons. That might be a mistake. That might be something, because it's not the first time. Even earlier, they have been taken down. We haven't seen them it's not that they've been eliminating one of the two players. It's just the entire squad being taken out.
Well, this is the opportunity for RRQ to catch up. You can't throw this chance away, right? They are 4 points behind Falcons. Overtaking them now and then grabbing decent enough of double points later should be able to secure the point rush stage for the inner team squad of RRQ. Now, speaking of securing this, Fire Esports trying to secure this compound. The CRM's putting up a big fight for it. FGL shots coming through the walls first. Not many of them finding the connection, but Poon will be able to find Wang. And ABC does manage to come through with that response. And CRM just taking such a tactical move towards this.
Tactical move, not so much aggressive, and they are capitalizing on this. Double Vector might not work for D-Zom right now on a 1v3 situation. Blocked away and waiting for them. There goes the takedown. Fire Esports says bye-bye.
Yeah, clean up here for CRM. Fire Esports didn't really play that to their best capability. I think they were outclassed for sure. Cypher with a grenade. That's going to go wide. Agor Thompson in hand. And then Thompson will put Cypher down. Punches him back to the lobby to wait for the revival.
AG Global still unfortunate in every engagement. Not quite sure what's happening with the team. Hopefully they will find that motivation, though they still have a chance by the last game as well as tomorrow. But for Evos, they've already taken so much of points leading the pack or everyone else, and that is mostly on elimination. No buoys just yet for the team, so let's see if they can chase for that this time around.
No booyahs? We've got a problem. Let's see if or not these boys can fix that. He was Divine insisting to play this their way. Whether or not their way is the best way is still left to question, right? Because yesterday they got the third spot, 88 points in total, not a single booyah. Today they're doing pretty decent, not a single booyah. You can collect all the points you want, but if you can't get the booyah on the grand finals day when it matters the most, you don't get the championship.
Yeah, definitely. Get a good way for that if you're an aggressive team, and we know that for a fact from the previous tournament. You can even play this just for the booyah and then catch up on the points later on with elimination, because you know that you can do it. Just to find your way through the map, find your way through that tactics, and once you reach on the final day, once you reach that, all you have to do is do just right that. Even with a minimal elimination, if it's the booyah that you're waiting for, you can grab that championship.
They were getting close to heavy, but choosing to slow the pace down so they maintain their own defensive spot as they engage from afar. And it looks like it's just going to be a teaser from Daewoo United. Heavy doesn't really need to worry about much as they continue to rotate far away, right? Are they going
No.
Okay. I'm like, wait a minute, bro.
I mean, that was a wrong way, but I guess that's a plan. I mean, go the other direction and then wait them out. But AG Global.
So they were here. I need to go the opposite way.
That's what
At
they
least he
call
checked.
turning the tables.
At least he checked.
Instead of Dewa chasing them down, like, they want to be the ones chasing them.
That's not going to be a good day if that happens. Now, seem to be cheekily going outside the circle here towards Moldhouse AG Global. It's been a bad day for AG. Once again, 4 games in, sitting on 19 points. They've got 2 placement points after completing 4 games. That's not like the usual AG Global we know. AG Global hasn't been in that final circle. In fact, AG Global hasn't even seen the 4th circle today just yet.
I mean, a tough luck for AG Global, AG Gamers Global. It's not working for them. Not quite sure if Do is an off day, but there's not a chance for that. We keep talking about how like low the chances are for them to gather all those points compared to the other competitions that they've been in. They can start slow, but because of the number of days, they can grab all those points and get to the finals or the point rush, but not this time. So I'm quite sure what the plan is. Hopefully they can turn it around later on as we look into the next phase of the circle. There's not so much of pressure in the southern part of that next stage, so the rotation of PE Sports might be prime if they head into Marble Works.
I do have to agree with that assessment, right? Marble Works seems to be a brilliant spot that is currently unoccupied by anyone. But it's all about the timing, though. It's a little bit too late, and you're going to have to fight real hard to step into that compound. WAG, as they push on forth, they, I believe, have spotted out Onyx Olympus already. And they are on the approach. This is going to be a gunfight.
Yeah, so they use 2 binoculars on the same route, so they know that like Onyx Olympus is already on their way in on the river. But I don't think the movement will that be quick because they have to wait out where the next phase will be showing so that they can plan their position later on. But at least they have information on where Onyx Olympus is.
I have to agree. 8 minutes in, and it's a slow one. There's a few players out. Falcons and FFWS Esports out. That's a surprise.
Yeah, I was about to say it's not too slow for Falcons and FFWS Esports. They've been taken out quite quick.
Why are you rubbing salt into their wound, Neptune?
I mean, it's not like them. I mean, Team Falcons. We're talking about Team Falcons. We put an effort to hype them up from the start of the show, and this is the showing.
I'm just playing. RRQ, oh my, 80 here. Being sprayed down to the ground. CRM, shots from afar, but the pickup's not too difficult. Hey, it's all about the angles here, though. And thankfully, nobody behind them. But Onyx Olympus seems to be approaching the situation as well. So CRM and Onyx Olympus could potentially put an end here to RRQ. RRQ did see that rotation for Onyx just by the shore. So the beach is going to be a little bit of an issue to deal with.
I mean, it won't be a party at the beach at this moment because core memory is already waiting for them. But on the other side of the map, I'm pretty sure a lot of teams are waiting on them as well, waiting for phase number 3 for our circle as they will be pushed in. Even PE Sports, they were targeting Onyx Olympus earlier, who is now in the northern part of RRQ. Now they head south to go for the flank, but they might not be expecting RRQ to see them, and see them indeed from afar. Abe tries to style.
Yeah, it is going to be Ma'al, baby, with the FGL in hand. On for the approach. PE Sports spotted out already. RRQ. Here comes the grenades, courtesy of PE. The response out of the RRQ boys as well. But it's mainly the ice grenades that forces 18D out of his defenses straight into the confines of his opponents. Don't Cry tagged up, but he barricades himself in only to be put down. Beautiful play by 18D. Riptide Rhythm goes wide. LBT too far for the backup. Laho tries to get away. And 18D MK could not stop him just yet, but they do have the launch pad to play around with, and RRQ can finish this right here, right now.
And speaking of finish, do almost finish at this point, going head-to-head, toe-to-toe against Daewoo United. Good thing the pickup has been done, and Key might be in trouble. Split and pinch will be put on them, and the aggressiveness of Daewoo United will be snuffed out. AG Global finally showing some rays of light, but that costed them 2 of their players.
Yeah, 2 players for sure. But these boys are stacked with coins. 3,200 just with Cypher alone. So buying them back, no problems. And it is not even Cypher that buys them back, it's Dew. So these boys are stacked with coins. Let's see if or not that does make a difference, because full squad back here for AG. But getting loot this deep into the game is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, looking at where they were heading, they were away from where the engagement was, so there's no coming back to get those loot. Now, RRQ right now, hiding out in a compound. They have that small area across that river they can use once the blue closes in, but they need to be cautious. It is still core memory that has not been flushed out just yet. Right behind them is PE Sports, and above them is Onyx Olympus. The waiting game continues between this 3 teams.
Oh, waiting game indeed, RRQ. That's too far outside the circles. Gonna have to expand a couple of medkits. 9 teams still left in here. It doesn't seem like that based on the mini-map. At the top left-hand side of your screen. RRQ not having to worry about anybody behind them. They know nobody's rotating in to catch them off guard. And PE Sports hits a full team revival this late into the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunate for them. There's no turbines. There's no towers that they can jump in. You know how well they can play that on a final stretch. But Team Vamos right now will be playing it against AG Global. But they are going down one at a time. Only Raja remains, and make that none remains. AG Global taking their 8 points. I guess this is them waking up.
This is them trying to pull a Buriram on us right here, right now. PE Sports out of the equation as well. AG Global, just like that, is in the top 7. First time in the day.
First time. Let's see if they can continue that on this fight. A lot of teams right now in the northern part. Earlier, the focus was in the southern part because of the circle moving in. There will be a lot of chaos, and AG Global is feeling it from WAG. Only a W. That would be the difference between them. But speaking of W, it looks like WAG are the ones winning this gunfight. And there goes Chinoy. Next would be Cypher. And the rampage continues. But who's knocking the door? It's Team Heavy.
Yeah, Heavy dropping by to say hello as well. He was divine in the nick of time. They show up to shut down Heavy. This is just a free-for-all at this point of time. Whoever can get a shot in, everybody's trying. Whether or not they hit or they miss, they don't care. They have to take a chance. Heavy snuffed out as well. Onyx Olympus taking advantage from the opposite side of the battlefield. All of this chaos, so confusing for some of these players.
And that is why keeping your distance can give you so much more. Onyx Olympus has done that earlier, even up until now, and they managed to survive with 4 players. Now, AG Global survived after an engagement, but not so long. Razia in there, a little bit too cheeky on the shot, and still has sights on the RQ.
Yeah, I mean, Dew managed to position his body right behind the tree trunk to avoid RRQ. But didn't know Ewas Divine was waiting right behind. Now, here is 3 Indonesian teams just taking each other on. Civil War. This is the true Civil War! And that's dirty! Taking out both the players from the side of Ewas Divine from the air as they try to interfere. That's a statement right there. Onyx Olympus, do you stand a chance against the Masters RRQ? Look at the setup coming on through right now. Abe and Ma'al holding the back fort, and 18 Dia being sent forth to the front. M590 in hand gets the first pump. Adam actually gets the clip first. Grenade doesn't find the connection just yet, and RRQ playing the backup through that so well.
Back up and back and forth. That is what we're looking at right now. Damage and takedowns with those glue walls. There's no opening just yet for either team, and all they have to do is wait. But Onyx has lost one. Make that two of the players in RQ are just steamrolling against them. Only one remains. The question is where? Adam will be left with no apple in hand. RRQ Kazu for the booyah.
RRQ Kazu does it so freaking well. What a game that was. This has to be their best performance from the day. This is their first booyah in play here today, and it obviously was a really good one. In fact, today's their first play day, so this is their first booyah of this pre-season run. And it was actually quite a fantastic one as well. They weren't really hiding away from anyone. They were taking the fight to the other teams.
Definitely, and this is one that they need right now. You did mention earlier that they need to overtake Team Falcons to be the leader of the day. And with that booyah, with a lot of elimination as well, they've already activated or practice activating that winning condition, and they are on a roll right now to be at #1 team for today. And let's see how much more points they grab in a bit. But as we look at the final battle, this is where the back and forth is happening, but no one's getting too aggressive. No one's just rushing in blind.
Then I'll actually have to agree with you, right? Because, you know, I don't think they want to take these chances. They know that their performance from the day hasn't been so phenomenal where they can take, you know, a couple of wrong moves and then still sustain their points on the overall leaderboard. They know that every single maneuver is going to cost them or earn them something on that leaderboard. And RRQ just chose to earn. They chose to save. They are going to be rich when they retire.
Let's see on how much they can bring in when they retire, but I don't think they will be doing that quite well, because a lot more of effort will be happening in the last game, especially as double elimination would be their investment. So
yeah,
RQ Kazu as our first booyah for the competition, and as you mentioned, there's still tomorrow for the play day.
That's the thing, man. Just one more day, and it's such a short run here on the preseason, so very few options in terms of how they want to go out there and execute some of their experimental plays. Very few opportunities to mess up, right? You don't get the job done within the 12 games, out you go. And the top 12 teams will move on to Point Rush. The top 12 teams will be able to play for the championship, but only the top 8 teams at the end of the day will qualify to play at Clash Squad, which is, of course, the final 2 days of our run to wrap the whole preseason up.
And to gain more of that prize pool by the end of the tournament. So that's just a huge statement being done by Free Fire right now. A lot of changes, a huge change, I would say. Half of the things that we've been talking about, or if more than half of the things that we've been talking about, are just the changes that has been implemented. And it's not just for the preseason. That will be happening all throughout the year. So, well, hopefully you're learning from us, because we're learning a lot as well from the team.
It's a good sign. I mean, if you are involved in the Free Fire Esports ecosystem, this is a good sign. You know, they've been taking baby steps in the past when it comes to all of these changes. Now they're taking ginormous steps with the changes, right? They're confident. They know what they're doing. They know exactly what is going to make the competition much more exciting. They know exactly what's going to really challenge these players to rehash their strats before approaching the competition once again. I think they've got the formula beyond correct this time around. Remember Point Rush when it was first introduced? I was the most sour grape in the whole esports ecosystem for Free Fire, because I hated it, right? And then when the Point Rush points were tweaked, I became a fan. But these new rules that have been brought into play, dude, game changer. I love it. It's just upping the ante, upping the excitement. There's just no chill for the mustachio moving forward, man.
I mean, same goes with the team, especially from how we started from yesterday. No chill for all of the teams because they want to invest more to get to that finals, and then we're being shown of different ways to win the game as well. We've been talking about that even on how the overall standing by the start of this day has shown up, and that's just one thing. You can take that huge leap and the entirety of Southeast Asia can carry or can piggyback on that and still putting in a good show. So I don't think this would be the last. I did mention yesterday that there might be now more ideas, but I think there will be a lot more after this.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, once again, Coda being dragged in here, and this time by the MVP 18 Deer. We have seen him go out there and be the Super Slayer, be the clutch king of the Esports World Cup last year for his team. This time round, he comes through as the MVP with 6 monstrous eliminations. And obviously, Coda able to spot out enemies who are not crouching, not on that prone. And he's also able to speed up his player just a little bit, right? And just even though it's just such a small percentage, a 15% extra speed out there, it makes a very big difference for a player like 18 Deer.
Oh, definitely. I mean, you've seen him weave through players and glue walls just to make those clutch play. And this is just like the Tatsuya has been taken by one of their teammates. And this is something that will help him not only for the movement, but also to spot out who will be the next target. It's just wonderful that this character has been added and then buffed as well, because it seems like a good addition to all those active skill. But let's check out the rest of the team's skills and characters, and we're seeing Steffi right here. A little bit of change in what we usually see are on the Booyah stats.
Yeah, and of course, it is no doubt whatsoever this is something that the players and teams are going to be experimenting quite a bit with. But I'm starting to see a very similar pattern coming through many of these teams. I mean, maybe 1 or 2 of the active skills could be swapped out. I think that one is still pretty experimental. Like Ma'al bringing in the Steffi, this is not one that is used very often out there. But we have seen Steffi in her prime and how they have helped, how she has helped the teams save themselves from all of those lobbed area of effect grenades that has taken out so many teams in the past.
I guess with how the M79 has been showing up from yesterday even up until today, it is a smart move to put in Steffi. I mean, that's one thing that can save the team as well. And he's the guy who wants to be saving, or who wants to be up, because he has a Diva to go in for pickup as well. As we go into the game standing on game number 5, RQ with a Booyah and 14 elimination, making that 26 points. AG Global finally waking up with 9 elimination, bringing themselves 16 in the total points. And Core Memory, we didn't see them that much, but they were taking a few elimination points all throughout the map. And Evo's Divine still on the top 4 that can bring them or maintain their spot on number 1 on the leaderboard.
I mean, great climb here for both CRM and AG Global after struggling quite a little bit through the day. But towards the bottom here, teams like Falcon, this time faltering yet again. Now, this one was a little bit of a surprise because, yes, we did see them kind of struggle in Alpine, and I thought that was just a fluke, that was a one-time thing. But it has happened here at Purgatory as well. At Alpine, they walked away with 3 points. Now at Purgatory, even worse, just a single point from this map.
Yeah, I mean, they would say, it's okay, we have Booyahs already for the start of the day. But again, this is surprising because not quite sure if this is intentional, but let's see if that will happen on that final map. But RQ right now is still leading the day.
We've seen 15, we've seen 18 eliminations, we've seen 17 eliminations. These, when doubled, just makes this whole thing so much more crazy, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it shakes up the leaderboard, change up the climb for everyone in this game. So we're just preparing for the map selector and find out where are we going to play in this game. So let's see on which of the 5 maps is being offered right now, and it is Alpine.
Oh my God, Falcons. I was just talking about how they earned 3 points here on Alpine earlier.
We look at that, there's just so much of potential for these teams really to...
Yeah, the 2 teams that you guys saw there have only played this map once each, right? So WAG does have a little bit of a extra advantage, but can they actually make it a legitimate advantage now after this game? That's what we are here to find out. Neptune, I'm excited. I'm ready. Are you ready for the double points?
Definitely, I mean, I'm ready to see who gets in a lot of elimination. Those who might have failed in the early parts of this day will be able to recover. But drop spots need to be rethink. This is the second time that they have played this for today. So let's see as we jump into Alpine if things will change.
As we head on into Alpine, the flight path shows mercy to everybody cutting through Blueville all the way down towards the railroads, opening up the full map of Alpine for anywhere these teams want to pick as their home drop spot. And it looks like Falcons taking liberties here, splitting out across Fusion and Blueville.
Yeah, I mean, if they learn their lesson, they don't want to be in the same spot. And if they were United will be targeting them, at least they will not be going down a little bit early. Now, a little bit of engagement or early engagement possible in Carousel as RRQ and P Esports are dropping in the same area. Heavy and Onyx Olympus will be doing the same. Sairu goes down from the hands of Mufasa, but a trade back will be done by a Bay. And let's see if the one elimination from Heavy will be added. And there you go. Adam goes down and 2 points. Make that 3 points already gathered by Team Heavy.
And it looks like he is trying to get around the situation. Heavy, just getting all of the information first before they hop on in for the shutdown.
They can go for the shutdown right now, and I love that. It's pointing out 2 points. 2 points in this game. Game number 6 right now. Day of knockout stage will be double elimination. This is what get down.
Well, Heavy pushing on through. CRM spotting out the players, and Hans will pay a big price for not sticking together with the rest of his brothers. Mufasa knows clearly the risk that's involved here, tries to get away, whereas lag brings Hans right back into play. And CRM just have to be a little careful here as Vamos approaches from the back.
There goes taking the cover for lag. He will be going down. WAGX board putting a lot of pressure. 1 point for them. But see if they can go for a few more points. CRM though managed to survive the early engagement. Now they're targeting Team Vamos, and not so much of respawn coming from the Malaysian team.
No surprise there. Malaysians don't really like to play
Fight
around
back
too much. they rather play it a little bit more safer, and that has kind of fared well for them. All of the aggressive plays sometimes very randomly does give them some decent numbers, but sustainability, consistency of getting those aggressive plays done just not on their side just yet. Cyrus beautiful as he takes the knock onto Folky. X-Ball was in there getting him a few support. Bullets chipped in as well. Jump spotted out, but X-Ball is not in a position to take an accurate shot to stop him in his tracks.
I mean, it's not likely for X-Bor to be not that accurate, but there you go. Unfortunately, the follow-up didn't go through, but there goes Alan for the backup, and CRM will be saying, see you later. But WAG needs to get away. RRQ will be on the side trying to chase them down.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are on double elimination points. So as you can see, RRQ has 3 eliminations, but they have 6 points because of that. Mustachio, how does that work? You just times 2, bro.
It's not like we're talking to...
They're like, we're not, man.
Well, it's a good thing there's nothing happening in right now, but I'll tell you a story. The best experience that I have is when I found out that 2 times 2 is 4. Because I was wondering why 2 times 2 is the same as 2 plus 2. But either way, Team Vamos right now, DXL trying to get away from Dewa United. Dewa United has been farming so much in this fight.
I'm going to ban you from saying stupid jokes on stream now.
Why? That's my trademark.
2 times 2.
I mean, that's a true story. True story, though.
True story.
That's enlightenment.
Oh my god! 18 deer flying through the air, shotty in hand, headshot with 1 pop. Thing of beauty, man. He was divine. Fire Esports caught out in the open. But the blessing here is Hua hasn't lost anyone. Aim God does knock Death down onto the ground. The save can still be there, but Aim God putting a stop to ABCD as well as he turns around. The Zom now in a 1v2, but Ray only has the secondary. Zom can put him down, and he does exactly that. And now with the M590 in hand, perhaps Zom can save the day.
Quick recovery being done onto all Evos and Divine right now, just to make sure that they will survive. Aim God recovering as well, replenishing those HP. Same goes for the Zom, but here comes back up. Not so much of help coming in for Fire Esports, and 2-player going against him. Just need to wait. That nade missed the spot. Not so much of a shot coming from Evos.
What? Good glue wall to block off that nade, but I don't understand that the mini Uzi play there as to how he got that penetration, but either way, he got that headshot, and he was divine now on 12 points thanks to 6 eliminations.
Yeah, it's possible like a small gap between the glue wall that helped him, but we'll have to see probably something else that would explain what happened. But Evo's Divine, again, still on their roll. What I'm waiting for Evo's Divine is really to grab that booyah. I know for a fact they can get all those points. They can get all those elimination. What we're wanting and asking is for them to grab a booyah. Probably move it a little bit slower right now. 6, though it's double elimination time, but if they can get a booyah, at least winning conditions has already been taken overall.
Yeah, can't argue with that point. Falcons just chilling in this game. I can't blame them because of how their previous performance on Alpine was. Once again, they only managed to get 2 eliminations and 1 placement point. Wings not clipped this time. Kami, the newcomer, will get taken out of the equation, and 10 teams still left in here as we approach the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, 8-minute mark, second phase going into the third, and still a lot of engagement that is possible to happen in a bit. WAG right now, no one surrounding them, but they are leading the pack in terms of elimination. I guess 2 teams have 6 elimination, and I guess they have it first. So 12 points already for this team, WAG, and another team that has been showing up for today.
It's a good thing for us that these boys are showing up. That brings ABCD back in. Very slow game. Everybody is just very cautious as to what happens if they get expanded too early, because I guess they're all desperate for those double points.
I'm just wondering if it's the grouping or the days, or the exact like the teams that are playing right now. So if we go with the theory wherein they found out how aggressiveness or what aggressiveness will pay off from yesterday, then I guess that's the reason why everyone is slowing down. But Yukami has been slowed down, or make that cut down, thus they will be taken out of this match.
Unfortunate. And Vamos bowed out as well. The 11th spot. Unfortunate day for Vamos. Their only best game was at Alpine, as a matter of fact. It was on game number 2. Walking away with 7 eliminations. And that was their only good game. And now this time around, they just don't get the job done.
I mean, they might have tried to do the same thing, but the other teams are moving in for a different approach. Nades onto them, but an M590 coming from north, taking down LBT and the rest of the teams. It's very close. PE Sports very close to be taken down, and Lao Ho will need to go gung-ho to be able to survive this fight. But I guess a revival is ensued, and there is still saving grace for PE Sports.
Oh, Lao tagged up already. This is trouble time as Lao tries to get away. Nero is on that backup there, so Lao can perhaps bait North in here for a little bit of a mistake. Blue wall melters being laid out. There you see Nero trying to catch up with him. They want to play that bait and switch, suckering in North. North going in for the shutdown, but he's got a little bit of backup as well. Look at Kiki and Ikal. And from the right-hand side, this is the Riptide Rhythm, and Lao down on the ground. What a great team play by Dewa United.
PE Sports will be eliminated in this game. Dewa United, I mean, a team has been aggressive. They are at a one point the team that eliminated Team Falcons as quickly as that, and they are still going on. Core Memory will be taken out as well, and we will be left with 8 teams. Y Sports very close to Dewa United, but after all this engagement, I don't think they will be running or towards them. More of fact, they will be going to other side.
I think I can agree with you on that assessment. They most definitely will be focusing on the other side of the map. One encounter is more than enough, but as Dewa tries to get away, may just bump into RRQ, who are on their way into this circle, passing through Snowfall. But it seems like the timing is just perfect for Dewa United to stay under the radar.
I mean, RRQ and Dewa United has same thing in mind. But for Team Falcons, they're just tanking the blue right now, unable to find a position. WAG is cutting them off. No way to go in. It's a good thing that Karoro is brave enough to go in solo as a pickup is being done. Karoro very close, but still all the utilities thrown at them, and he goes down from the hands of Allen.
Oh, Falcons looking for those double points, but they are making big mistakes. WAG looking to capitalize. On fire, very low on that HP as well. Has got the grenade launcher. Needs to make the work done right here. Drogon in the hands of Cyrus. The finisher just a sliver away, but WAG just can't seem to get the job done just yet. On fire, backs away. Limit trying to provide that backup for the squad, and AG Global distracts WAG in the nick of time for Falcons to remain surviving.
And AG Global is still leaving a few of their teammates down, and Du and Chinoy as well as Battles needs to run. X-Bor has been taken down by Du from up close and on fire right now, not pulling out the grenade launcher, but M590 unable to take Battles down. But good thing that the glue wall has been popped up, and Battles will be the one going onto his knees.
Oh, this is just insane, man. Falcons should have been out by now, but they're still surviving. You look at Chinoy sidestepping that grenade. No damage coming on through, but clips Cyrus on the foot, and Du finishes him off. What a team play by AG Global. Communication on point. But now 2 players left here on the side of AG going up against the 2 left on the side of Falcons. Only 1 team can remain standing as they look for this next circle.
I love the priority for Team Falcons right now, heading into the circle first before focusing on AG Global. The only problem is they don't have that much of cover. Thus, they will be shut down, but coming from Dew, from outside of blue, pickup will not be done by On Fire. Thus, this might be a loss. Team Falcons will be out at 6. And it is Evo's Divine who put the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, Abex with the lucky shot in the nick of time before the man just bled out there. All thanks to the blue, which is savage at this point of time. Onyx Olympus currently at 12 points through 6 eliminations. AG Global outside the circle, and Chinoe gets knocked down to the ground. Dew outside the circle as well, taking heavy damage from the blue. RRQ and EVOS Divine, the 2 Indonesian teams, taking high ground vantage point. In fact, 3 Indonesian teams about to bump into each other in this next circle. AG Global, they don't really have space in here. Needs to get taken out, but Dew is so stubborn. He's insisting to get to this next spot.
Let's see if he can go through it. Still, he was just peeking out in the corner, but not so much of health left on him, and the damage has been dealt. AG Global will be taken out, and that takedown will not be confirmed. 4 squad coming from Indonesia just taking over this map.
Yeah, it looks like Indonesia just wants to make a lot of noise here today, and 2 out of the 4 Indonesian teams are actually coming through here from Group C. RRQ being the best Indonesian team so far in terms of number of games played versus points collected. And if RRQ walks away with a massive booyah here, it could really be historic in terms of this preseason run. But EVOS Divine is aiming for that as well. They're currently sitting in the number 1 spot and 14 elimination points already. That in itself is 30 points right now as EVOS clocks into 15.
Yeah, I mean, they are really stacking up on elimination. One wish for EVOS Divine, grab that booyah, because I can see that they can maintain themselves on that number 1 spot. So they have survived in the final 3. The blue will be moving in a bit, and EVOS Divine is in a good spot to chase that a little bit too early. But on their way, they need to get away from the sides of RRQ, and They Were United is just waiting it out. We're looking to see who will be, or who can they take advantage after all those gunfire.
Onyx has bowed out. EVOS Divine will be able to make a legendary jump here. Currently, EVOS Divine is sitting down in the 6th spot overall, as opposed to RRQ and Onyx Olympus. Slow rotations around. Onyx, they are not gonna be in this equation, but they can cheer on the rest of their brothers from Indonesia. EVOS Divine, the bait and switch, working very well for them, and this distraction opens up the back angle, and EVOS going in for the shutdown. They Were United caught with their pants down.
They Were United 1 down already, and that is on Razia with that execution for the finisher. But still, a 3v3 between these 2 teams, and RRQ is only left with 1. Aim God has been taken down and will be instantaneously picked up, but down again. Not quite sure what will be happening in this fight, but Razia trying to survive on his own. That's it for EVOS.
And it's Deva versus RRQ now. They Were United. 1 player, RRQ Abe. 1 player. EVOS Divine didn't manage to get the job done. But massive number of eliminations. And now both these players can't really get to each other unless Ekal takes damage from the circle. Does exactly that. Same gun here. M590 in hand. And Ekal very cheeky with the initial peek. Abe returns the favor. Both get 1 tag in. And Abe goes for the execution as RRQ walks away with the 3rd booyah of the day.
That is phenomenal. They really was at a loss when that engagement happened between the 3 teams. Solo player. That's the dance. I mean, I couldn't blame them. If you were the one who can clutch that final 3 teams, you would be dancing just like this.
Correction, second booyah of the day. What is phenomenal though is they pulled a Buriram. They hit it on both the 5th and the 6th game. And of course, that is going to guarantee RRQ that number 1 spot. Why? All thanks to the 16 elimination points they walked away with on this matchup. We all thought EVOS Divine was going to be able to really crack it, right? Because 36 points in total. And obviously the 16 points wasn't 16 eliminations for RRQ, 16 only because of the doubling of the eliminations. It was EVOS Divine with the massive numbers. And from the 6th position, they should actually be in contention for the top 3 spots.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that is just awesome right now for this game. But still, unfortunate for EVOS Divine. I was waiting for them to grab that. That was just one wish coming like from me, asking for EVOS Divine, because this is their final chance for the knockout stage. Though they're not a loss. They will not be kicked out just yet. It's just that why not practice grabbing the booyah? But I guess they have a different play in mind. But let's not take it away from RRQ Kazo, the final booyah of the day.
Yeah, the final booyah of the day, the final 2 booyahs of the day, the back-to-back booyah winners of the day are RRQ Kazu, the best Indonesian team of the day.
Yeah, I mean, that brings it a lot, but I want to see the game standing. You did calculate earlier that RRQ might be at a loss because of the number of elimination that has been brought in by EVOS Divine. And we were talking about game number 6, double elimination. It's a huge gap already. It's a huge gap already. And if that happens, everything is on the line, especially in the top 8 or before Point Rush, that would be a huge disappointment as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly how the cookie is going to crumble at the end of the day. It's exactly why all of these brand new rules have been introduced. It's to keep things spicy all the way to the end, right? If they ask me to predict who's going to win, I am not going to answer their question, right? Because I think most of the answers are going to be wrong. There is just no analyzing this. So many things could change with just one game. So many things could just change. That so many teams' fates could change with just this one game at the knockout and Point Rush stages.
So I guess the blame's onto us as well, because you know how we stack up all those numbers, we calculate all those things, we try to predict and assume who will be the ones getting into Point Rush. So I'm sorry, teams, but well, I mean, at least we don't know how they are going to end up in Point Rush because of that double elimination, and then we still don't know who will be getting the championship because of the champion rush. That's a double whammo in terms of unpredictability in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love it, right? I used to hate the fact that I could actually predict some of these teams, getting that victory or dominating the league or whatsoever. At one point, it was like a flex that those predictions were coming true. And then after another point, I'm like, wait a minute. Why is it so predictable, right? And all of that out of the window now. I don't know what to expect. In fact, some of the teams that I'm expecting to actually step up on the battlefield are struggling. And once again, that's going to be, based on the factor that we now have the randomizer working on the sequence of the basic maps that are being played out there as well, right? So yet another curveball for the teams to kind of deal with before they prep for the actual competition. This is just the preseason. This is just the warm-up. This is just giving them a taste of what could be. So maybe a taste of defeat now could be great for them when the real thing comes along.
Well, if in case they get a taste of defeat, hopefully they can change it with the hands. I had to throw it in. I had to throw it in.
They always say, you know, it is an opportunity to go out there and prove yourself when the going gets tough. And the going has gotten quite tough here for quite a number of these teams in terms of fighting dominance out there on the battlefield, and at the same time keeping, you know, up to date with the meta changes, and now keeping up to date with all of the rule adjustments that have come through in here as well. Whether or not it's going to change anything within their tactics, I don't know. In fact, I don't think it's actually going to affect their tactics at all. What it is going to affect is forcing them to be sharp, forcing them to be at 100% from the very start all the way to the end. And there's no if, buts, or maybes. If you are not on your best, you are going to get thrown off your mojo.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you are working on a second half, if you are consistently working on the second half of the leaderboard, then yeah, definitely you are being forced. You will be forced right there to bring your best foot forward. But I still don't know. I'm still mind blown right now. We've been doing this for 2 days and still mind blown on how things has been changed up so, like, shaken up so hard. We're in.
I know. I don't know. I know. It's like taking a fizzy drink, shaking the can, quickly opening the can, and then drinking it before the drink can splash out, and then your head explodes. Yeah, don't try it at home, kids. It's not fun, man. All right, that's exactly how it is. It's like trying to shake up all of these rules and then try to see who can dominate through this wild jungle of shakeups, right? And it seems like teams that can actually hold their own out there on a normal day are not having an issue with this at all. I mean, I'm talking about teams like Buriram. I'm talking about teams like RRQ. They're not faced. They're like, huh? What changed? Sorry, something changed? Oh, sorry. We were just doing the usual thing and we're just dominating. That's the usual thing we do, right? Some of the other teams, you know, they are trying to take advantage of these changes. And I guess what has happened here is it has helped the other teams bridge the gap that is usually left by teams like RRQ and Buriram.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the distance, most of the time at this level already, the distance between the teams and the leaderboard will be huge.
Yeah.
It will be that much already that it's very difficult to catch on. But I was looking at it in terms of after game number 5, and that's not so much. Well, apart from like some of the teams who really are being consistently in terms of elimination, those points, especially in the game number 6. But for the rest, one good match and they can recover that quickly.
Fun fact, RRQ is actually the best team in performance within a day if you compare all teams' performances today and yesterday. Of course, I'm not talking about accumulated points over 2 days. I'm only talking about the total number of points scored within 1 day. Yesterday, we saw Buriram and Twisted Minds do really well for themselves, but it was 102 points for the side of Twisted Minds. Buriram only scored a total of 97. RRQ today has walked in and scored a massive 121 points, and on top of that, 2 booyahs to boot.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. RRQ really, like, deserve their right to be champions and try to chase for the champions once again in this fight. Thus, the hope for us from other regions to really move up and in terms of performance is getting huge, because if that can be spread, I mean, the title can be spread across the board, and that would be a great performance, like great feat that has been done by Southeast Asia.
I'll have to agree with you on the take, right? I mean, it was most definitely a phenomenal feat. And EVOS Divine kind of coming across their brothers out here towards the final sequence of battle. No matter where you look, it was just an Indonesian, right? 4 teams from Indonesia clearly finding dominance on this Alpine map, and getting all the way to the final circle must make the region very proud of itself for sure. But I don't know how RRQ feels about getting to the final circle and not having all that much more elimination points, right? Granted, they are still a great team in comparison between them and what the Thai teams pulled off yesterday. They're still the team with the most number of points picked up within a day, but I think they could have done more.
Yeah, I mean, I think they could have done more, indeed, but I guess they are. I asked Evo's Divine to try to slow things down in terms of elimination and focus on Booyah because of that winning condition that we keep talking about. And RRQ might have taken that, and they're doing it right now. They really don't have to focus, despite of it a double elimination. They really don't have to focus that much because they've stacked it up already from the previous round. So they just want to practice in survivability. That was a clutch gameplay. Going solo against a 4v4 that's happening on the ground. If anyone can pull that off, another winning condition unlocked for anyone in the champion rush stage.
Yeah, and obviously we also need to look at the Booyah team stats. Nothing has changed from the previous game. The loadout is exactly the same when it comes to the active and passive skills here for all of these players, especially with the active combo, the Koda Tatsuya for the extra boost of speed, the A124 to disable their opponents, and Steffi to protect them from the barrage of grenades, especially from what that grenade launcher can bring, a flood of devastation if you are not in a position to defend yourselves. And RRQ always thinking a few steps ahead, and it has worked out very, very well for them all throughout today.
Yeah, I mean, an example of a team that really plans out everything, like their position, their drops. If they know that they can avoid a team in the early parts of the game, of the day, they will try to do so. But let's head over to the game standing just to calculate how much point, and this is what we're talking about. 44 on the points because of the 18 elimination doubled from that round.
That's crazy, and this is how teams from not even close to making it to Point Rush will be able to jump into Point Rush. This is how teams from not even being close to qualifying in a good position with those extra points as bonus on the grand finals will be able to pick up those bonus Point Rush credits before getting into the final day, all through that final match, all through the double elimination count.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of elimination, and I love how Dewa is showing up right now. They might not be the top teams. They have faltered a few times, but in terms of tenacity, the number of elimination they can put in early parts, even late game, they are showing up. And I guess the motivation as well as the number of instances that they have been left out at the bottom is really turning things around. But for today's standing, as you mentioned, RRQ 121 point. 1 day of playing and has beat Borneo United as well as Twisted Mind from yesterday's performance.
And if it wasn't for Falcons bagging those 2 Booyahs, we would actually have 4 Indonesian teams up at the top of the leaderboard. Basically an all-out Indonesian dominance run here on day 2 of our knockout stage here at our pre-season for FFWS SEA 2025. And towards the bottom, this is a little bit of a sour surprise for the Malaysian fans. Vamos really not cutting it today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what changed. Yesterday, they really showed up. Like, compared to today, they showed up one time. But yesterday, there's a few more points that they've added. But speaking of points, we are looking at the overall standings. Just please note of the number of games played that will be on the third column, and it will show the teams that will not be playing by tomorrow that can be caught up by those following behind. But 186 points, it's not easy to catch up though unless you're a very consistent team.
That is most definitely correct. I can say that most of the teams that are here in the top 8 will, in fact, the teams that are currently in the top 9 should definitely be in the point rush unless something phenomenal happens tomorrow, right? And obviously we are looking forward to situations like that where we are going to lose our minds, where we think that, you know, teams like Falcons, maybe Buriram's going to be making it through and then they don't. Or maybe PE Sports, they've already concluded all of their matches, they can't do anything. Maybe again, without being able to do anything, they get relegated before they stand a chance. We don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
I'll have to see, but right now, MVP leader, once again, the feature of being the MVP for the whole competition will give you an additional $500, and the one leading it is RRQ Abe, one MVP, but the elimination is 23, followed by Alan from WAG, Kyong from Bigatron, and June from Team Vamos, and fifth would be Wings from Onyx. I'm pretty sure with how close it is in terms of like how spread out it is in terms of MVP and as well as a Booyah, there will be a huge shakeup by the end of tomorrow.
Yeah, that I can agree with you. And of course, the one thing that will kind of allow the players to stand out from each other would be the total number of eliminations. So that is still going to come into play. We want to see who is the best when it comes to the sleigh.
I mean, I already have one in mind if in case they plan to wake up the entire time tomorrow. But I don't want to say it right now. I don't want to jinx it, or I just don't want to spoil it because it has been coming up in the MVP leaderboard most of the time. But let's not take it away from RRQ Abe, especially with the 2 Booyahs that they grabbed today. And as I was saying that, they are the team of the day, 66 elimination. And that is, once again, with 121 on the total points, 39,467 in damage, and 2 Booyahs. That is RRQ Kazu from Indonesia.
RRQ knows how to party for sure. And when they do get into serious mode, it's very, very difficult to catch up with them. Once again, the best performing team in our pre-season so far is RRQ Kazu. Not just the team of the day, but currently the team of the preseason.
I mean, it's just showing that even if you just started off missing out the first day, you can still beat the top dogs. And we still have a good chance to play tomorrow and still perform for the best or the team of the day. So, AJ, we just ended another chaotic but still exciting run for the knockout stage of the preseason.
I'll be honest. I think yesterday's grouping was a little bit more exciting for me in terms of the pacing. But I want to see what the interaction is like when we've got groups A and C meeting tomorrow, right? Because now we get to see the top dogs, because we get to see RRQ going up against Falcons, RRQ going up against Buriram, RRQ going up against basically all of the big teams out there. And that's exactly where the excitement waits is.
Let's see on how that excitement is going to build up, because that will be the final day of the knockout stage, the final chance for the team to get to the top 8 and head to Point Rush, as well as a preview on how the double elimination works. And looking forward to what you mentioned, AJ, the changes that will be happening in terms of their pacing. So we're going to say goodbye for tonight. See you again tomorrow for another thrilling battle for Free Fire World Series preseason.